said the name. You got to show them lips.
Hyun Bin.
Yeah.
HYUNBIN. Bin.
You got to show them Hugh Bin and
I
say.
made him buy the standee. I forced him to buy the standee for my birthday.
Wait, where is the standee right now?
It's in my bedroom. I just standing there, waiting for me to wake up.
And haunting him. What's up, y'all? It's Thursday night. It's a cabin Doodle. It's me. Your host. Your host? Your horse. This is me, your horse. It's me, your host, Mark Hoffman. It's gonna be a wild night. I can tell you already. Partially because of we're gonna have a superstar who tunes in and knows what the deal is with all of this. Oh, I got yellow on my finger. Look at that. Whoa, yellow and purple. And what's under the hat? I'll tell you what's under the hat here in a second, George Fleetwood. So we're gonna have a special guest on tonight, but also it's been a long week, so I've been running around like crazy, and so I'm gonna be probably a little bit more goofball as we get going. So I'll tell you about the hat though, and it relates to what I'm gonna be doing tonight. So I teach a class with a lovely fiber artist, somebody who works with yarn quite often, named Emma Oliver, who was kind enough the other day to make me this lovely hat. And you know what's funny? There's nothing under the hat. I think it's funny. She gave me this hat, and then I put it on not too far down, and then it sort of just went up. And so I've been wearing it like this for the last few days, because I think it's really funny looking like that. So that's my hat tonight. But I'm going to be making a piece as a return favor of thank you and happy holidays and things of the sort. And so, yeah, it's my hat for the night. Our guest for the night is, backwards, I know it's always backwards, Lynnor Bontigao, who made this lovely book, Sari-Sari Summers, and a variety of others, but this is their debut as a author illustrator. Really lovely book about a little girl in, I believe, the Philippines, if I remember correctly, who helps their grandmother with their store, and troubles arise in the way of, well, it's not major troubles, but if you read this, you'll understand. But it's very, very cute, and Lynnor will be joining us. In fact, right about now, because I'm going to let Lynnor in. Boom. We'll see. We'll see if it works. Lynnor is... Oh! Hey! Right when you come on. Hello! How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I came in hot with the how are you there. I was amped up. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited and nervous.
Nervous?
Always.
What are you nervous about? Is it all my hard-hitting questions?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I get a chance to self-reflect.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Think about
Think about your life and why you're doing this thing. That's such a waste of time.
Exactly. Yeah. It's so deep and meaningful.
So thank you for joining us. We're fans of your work. You've tuned in and been active in the comments for quite some time. I've seen you on there quite a bit. Yeah. And I'm going to tell you, this is a little secret.
What?
And the reason why I wrote to you today asking about how to pronounce your name. And the reason why I asked is I think I don't know if it's dyslexia on my part or it's something. I want to mix up the vowels in your name. And I always, and you must get this all the time, but Bontigao?
Correct.
You get Bontigao? Yeah.
That is
I was gonna say
the normal one.
yeah. And so like I was like, I gotta make sure that I am saying it right, but Bontigao.
Bontigao. Perfect.
We got it. We got it. We got it. We got
You
it.
did it. You did it. And that's it. You don't ever have to mention it ever again.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. Woo! Now I'm done. It's just one of those things where like I imagine I get mine misspelled all the time, but mine's just like an extra N. It's not a big deal.
But
yours gets mispronounced all the time.
I'm so used to it.
Yeah.
It's okay. But people can say Timothy Chalamet, right? I'm like, okay, we can do this.
Yeah. Can they? Can they?
Can they? I almost couldn't.
So tonight we're gonna chat. We're gonna make work. Someone already asked could we share our sketchbooks, and so we'll talk you through. I don't know. I don't really even keep a sketchbook.
Yeah.
I don't really have something to share, but I can show the sketch, and I don't know if you have any sketches that you've been playing around with, but we can show what we're sort of starting with and how it goes into finish. But we got a couple big things right off the bat. Number one, and you probably know most of these, but if you have to tune out at any point, you don't hesitate. You just say, Mark, I'm tired. I'm done with this. Whatever. You can say, this is boring. Yeah. And I'll say right back at you, and then we'll yeah. No, you can whatever makes sense, and I won't be offended. And then again, my lovely wife, who is upstairs somewhere, documents this throughout the night. And Lauren, Mrs. Hoppy out
Lauren,
there.
Mrs. Hoppy.
Or Mr. Shafi, depending on how people want to say it, is up there and she's taking notes. And so like one of the first questions I always ask is, what are we working with tonight? Because I know you're a digital artist and you can be working digital and that's okay. But what are we using?
Well, all this time since you asked me and up to like maybe an hour ago, I was thinking digital because that's where I've been working in the last few books. But, surprise.
Okay.
It surprised me too that I set up my watercolor paper and I might do watercolor and color pencil, which I used to really love working with. What do you think?
I like it. I like it.
If it doesn't work out, I have my iPad as a backup.
Okay.
Okay.
And people might want to see the iPad at some point too, just to see sort of like behind the scenes, behind the curtain.
Yeah.
So tell me right now, and I know this isn't your normal material, but can you tell me what kind of watercolor you work with?
Oh, it's just the cheapy brand. I use this kitty one that I've always had.
Okay. Classic sort of kid set.
Never fails. So I love playing with this.
Okay.
I'm not an expert by any means, and then I also like, I've had this also for quite a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
Faber-Castell. Beautiful.
Yeah.
And then what's the surface? You said watercolor paper?
Watercolor paper. I think cold press. I'm not sure. Just whatever I had laying around.
Okay.
And
fine.
Then this my only Blick, what is it? The Blackwing pencil for sketches, provided by my friend Julia Mills. I don't know if she's on here. But I mentioned once, like, I never had Blackwing, and people rave all about it. And then she sent me a box of Blackwing, a couple of Blackwing pencils.
Are they that much better?
We'll find out because I never really done.
Oh, that's your digital, so you don't use them as often.
Yeah, okay. But I like when I was practicing, I like the softness of this pearl one. I like it soft.
I've heard from so many people that they're wonderful and like there's something about the smoothness of how they go down, but I don't really work with pencil all that much, so I can't verify those claims.
Before I would just use HB Stedler 6B.
Yeah.
4B, 6B.
Standard stuff. What about when you're working digitally? Are you Procreate? Are you Photoshop?
Yeah, so Procreate for the last chapter book, Early Reader Series, Seashell Key, written by Lourdes Hire. That one I always was Procreate. And then previously I worked on, with the Sari-Sari Summers one, it was Photoshop.
Okay. And is there, Not that this, it probably doesn't matter all that much to folks because they probably all have their favorites already. But is there like a brush pack that you, or a certain brush that you use normally that people are like, if I want to get that look?
Yeah. So for seashell key, I use the Oberon for coloring.
Okay.
And just the regular Procreate on the drawing. Let's see.
Is it 6-speed pencil?
No, it was the the Procreate pencil.
Oh yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah. It's in a sketching Procreate pencil.
And it's just called the Procreate pencil.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's I'm verifying for my own sake. Okay. And then the other question that comes up is, what are we working on tonight? I know you mentioned it previously, and my brain is mush at the end of the day, and so I don't quite remember what it was. And once you say it, I'm gonna.
So we're in the festive season, and most people don't know, but Christmas season in the Philippines started in September. Once the months end in the syllable BER, berrr, September.
Yeah.
All the malls have decorations. They start playing Christmas songs. So you're already playing Mariah Carey day 1 September.
So you start earlier than they do in the U.S. even.
Yes, because technically we don't have Halloween and
okay. That makes sense. Just there's nothing to get in the way.
Yeah, but then it's 4 months of holiday songs. So I was thinking of like some Filipino tradition, a Philippine scene where the kids are caroling, and we're gonna talk about what instruments they use.
Okay.
They start early. Yeah.
Is there a major, like, I know you made the Mariah Carey reference there, but is there a major difference in the type of music, or are there a lot of the like classic American like Christmas songs that show up there?
A lot of Tagalog or Filipino songs actually too. Yeah. But I hear right now that they go all out with like the big boombox and the karaoke type singing and like really give it all, like Whitney Houston, all that like ballad type. But when I was growing up, and there's still the little kids would play just with the instruments that they make by themselves. So I'm gonna draw that and explain that later. And Tagalog songs, Filipino songs also. And actually, it's so funny when they so they carol, right? And then if you give money and it's not satisfactory, the amount, they also have a song that they can sing to say you didn't give us enough money.
Is it cheapskate? Give us more.
Yes. It's kind of like, oh, you're so cheap. Yeah, actually, it's interesting to you're so cheap.
I love it. It's the equivalent of trick or treat, smell my feet, give me something good to eat.
Yeah.
If you don't, exactly. I don't care. I'll pull down your underwear.
I can sing that later. The good version and the bad version.
Out of curiosity, and I have an understanding basically of the Philippines, but it doesn't snow there at all, right?
No, it's hot in Christmas. It's the coolest time of the year, December and January, so it's ideal for people to go visit.
How not low? I was gonna say how low. How cold does it get? Like in Fahrenheit, just for my case, but roughly.
How cool?
Yeah, not cold. How
cool? There's part of the country up north that probably gets to maybe 68 is cool.
That's hot.
That
okay.
We wear our heavy jackets in there. 68.
You're in full parkas with fur.
Yeah, like that knit hat. We'll be wearing that.
So we can just jump in. I will give the other warning that I forget sometimes to give, which is if for some reason the internet is funky, we'll deal with it as we go along.
Yeah.
Crossing my fingers that we don't have any issues. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. Really depends on stuff out of my control.
Most of the
But
time I do.
yeah,
So
it's hit or miss. So why don't we jump in and we can start to chat, and
okay.
we'll go from there. And so set up your camera however you need to set up. Again, I have my feed here. I know you asked about that. I don't know if you have a feed to watch, but I do have my feed here to be able to look and see sort of what's happening. But I will
Yeah,
switch camera here. In
yeah.
fact, while I switch, people can see the sketch of what I'm going to do in the
Ew,
background.
you have it farther along than I did.
Oh, well, this is because I'm making it as a gift for the person who
Oh,
made me the hat.
yeah.
And so she's a um, uh, knitter and fiber artist and has a bunny. And so I'm going to make this lovely little piece that goes along with it.
That's
So
nice.
tell me a little bit, again, jumping into, we'll start with the art talk at the beginning. So tell me a little bit about sort of your start into the arts. I mean, obviously, I know you're from the Philippines. Was there a point in which you came stateside? Was
Yeah.
that early on? Was art a thing for you while you were in Philippines versus here? How'd that all play out?
So I always liked art as a kid. I remember drawing all the time. I would draw on my mom's furniture, the back of her vanity. I recently told her about it, and it was like the discovery of Lesco France cave paintings, because I said, "Mom, open up the vanity, the back door." See, I remember drawing behind that one, and she opened it. It's like, "Oh my God, you destroyed my
So
vanity!"
didn't
It
even
was,
know until recently that you had done this as a kid?
yeah. I remember doing it, and it was a furniture that she's had ever since I was a kid, and it's still there, and it's in Sharpie. I remember the scene; it was beautiful scene.
You're trying to make it sound really nice now, so she's
Beautiful,
angry at you.
yeah. Don't
It's
get
worth
mad,
a
Mom.
lot.
It's
It's
exactly, you don't know.
yeah.
Yeah, so it was a picnic scene. There was a girl picking apples, and I don't know because we don't have any apples. Maybe it was just a pipe dream or something. Maybe it was a foreshadowing that I will be in America one day picking apples. um yeah, so I was always drawing, and but we didn't really have um I didn't really do much about it until I went into like summer class for art. I didn't know that I was really interested. I would just color newspaper. We didn't have much coloring books, so
Yeah.
we would take the black and white newspaper, color the Garfield comic strip with my friend.
Did you color it accurately? Like, in other words, did it
Yeah,
match when you saw the color
yeah,
strips?
yes, because
Yeah.
the how would I would know the color is that in the Sunday paper it would
Yeah.
be full color, right? But on the daily it would be black and white. So I would color the daily strips. I'll take it to school every day. And my friend Oda, who we also named Odie because um Odie is
Yeah.
Garfield's friend,
Yep.
right? The dog. So we
I don't
named
know
her
as much as a
Odie
friend
eventually.
as much as a nemesis, but yes. Yeah.
Ah, yeah. So yeah, Odie and I would color the newspaper strip.
That's very cute, and also like such a nice creative, like you didn't have
Yeah,
sketchbooks or coloring books, so that was an easy, like you had access to that and you made it work for you. That's really quite lovely that uh, that you didn't let that stop you from coloring of any sort.
yeah. So it's like do what with what you have kind
Yeah.
of thing, right? And yeah,
Papers, furniture,
right.
whatever.
Oh yeah. Oh, I had the best time too because I would cut up linoleum tiles that we had laying around in the house.
Yeah.
And I shouldn't be playing with those because they're hard, right, to move about, and you have to use like a box cutter.
Yeah.
I was probably about 12 by this point, and I would cut them up and turn them into furniture for my non-existent dollhouse. So I would make a bed and like drawer. What do you call it? Drawers. What do you call those? Yeah,
Dresser or
dresser. Yeah. So it required a little bit of math, but also how I put it together was using a solvent that it's around the house, so I would use it, but it's highly I'm sure highly toxic. Yeah, because there's fumes, they probably had a symbol of the skull and poison or something.
Yeah,
you know,
Mr. Sick, I think, or something like that.
Mr. Sick. We called it rugby back home.
Rugby?
Yeah, rugby solvent. I don't know if that's the brand of it, but if anybody from the Philippines would know what rugby solvent is, or anywhere else.
We used to have these little stickers when I grew up that I think were called Mr. Sick or something along that lines. And it was a little green. It was like a smiley face, but he was green and looked sick. And the idea is you put it on any bottles in the house that were toxic, so little kids knew that this is something you don't play around with.
Yeah,
I mean, you should be playing around with bottles as a kid anyways, but
yeah, there are kids watching here. Don't do what we do. We did. There should be a
there weren't as many rules back in our day.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think that messing around with all those chemicals made you who you are today?
Yes. That was wild. No, I was actually a very quiet kid. But yeah, maybe creatively I would be like thinking of different things. That's definitely something that kids don't normally do, like build furniture using linoleum tiles, right?
Especially for a non-existent dollhouse.
Non-existent doll, because I really wanted a dollhouse, but I didn't have a dollhouse. So I would just, make little furniture for my little doll. Pretend I have,
Wait, did you have a doll or was it just...
I have a doll, yeah. Okay. I had a little doll, yeah. Like the Barbie.
You didn't have. Okay.
Yeah, the house.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, someone says Mr. Yuck. That's what it was. Mr. Yuck.
Mr. Yuck. Close, sick and yuck. Yeah. Same theme.
I tried.
Yeah.
I tried. I missed. But I tried. At what point did you think to yourself, this is no longer just me goofing around on coloring and things of the sort, and maybe this is something I would like to do as not that like little kids know what a career is 100%, but when did that sort of shift for you from hobby and fun to professional aspirations?
So in college, I was studying fine arts, advertising, visual communication, we call it.
Okay.
And so I thought for sure I'd have a career in advertising. But while in college, also, I joined an Illustrator group that was newly formed. It was called Illustrador ng Kabataan. And I always credit my love for children's books through to Illustrador ng Kabataan. Illustrador ng Kabataan, it means illustrators for children.
Okay.
So it was a newly formed group founded by a handful of people, and it came about just from them attending a conference by other artists from different countries. They came to the Philippines to do this workshop. Then they encouraged the people who attended the workshop to, hey, how about you form your own group?
Yeah.
So they formed that group. And then that year, it was I think it's when I joined. It was really newly formed, but they had projects that I worked on, and they created this book. It became, I guess, my very first art in a book. It was published really well. It was called Water in the Ring of Fire. It was a collection of stories from the the ASEAN nations or South.
Yeah,
Uh,
like
yeah,
oceanic.
yeah, oceanic or like other country. Because Australia was there. I was tasked with an Australian story.
Okay,
Um,
gotcha.
so I did it. It was all like folklore, mythological origins. Yeah. So joining that, I think made me think I really want to do this. I really like it. And so I was still in college, and my thesis was I decided to make it about a children's bookstore. So I created an ad campaign for the one and only children's bookstore that's in Manila
Okay.
back then. And so I created like a logo. So I kind of was like mixing two things together because I really still wanted to do children's something related to children's books. So the ad campaign, there was a commercial, a TV commercial, and a newspaper ad,
Yeah, you
and
kind
it
of
was
made the
about
project fit what you really wanted to do.
yeah. So I really and I was still thinking that oh maybe it's like still advertising is still the thing because that's where the money is maybe, right?
Maybe.
But
Yeah.
deep down it yeah, deep down I really wanted to just make art for like this and draw cute stuff.
That's actually a great sentiment, and this shows up all the time in teaching for me. But that idea of like when someone doesn't connect with an assignment, they go like, "Well,
Mm,
that's not really what I want to do." But if you're creative enough and you're interested enough in your potential career, whatever it is you want to do, there's a way to manipulate whatever project you're working on to somehow be more interesting for you. And so, like in that, making it thematically about a children's
mm,
bookstore
mm.
allows you that opportunity. And so that's, to me, that's like the best kind of creative thinking of not just shutting down, going, this isn't exactly who I want to be or what I want to do.
Yeah,
Going like, no, I'm gonna make this work and find
yeah.
a way to sort of flip it on its head. Um, was it well received?
Yeah, I mean it wasn't like an A plus grade, but it was good and yeah, it was good. I passed.
Yeah.
and then, and then my family was already in the States. They went ahead. So they were working here and I was left to finish my studies in the
Yeah,
Philippines.
they
So,
they wanted you versus having you uproot of some sort and go with them, finish up,
yeah, and I finished
then come over.
school. Yeah, exactly. So they
Right.
were like, yeah, let her finish school. And while I was also still studying, it's so weird that there was a person that was looking for someone to do his book. He was creating his own epic book, which was the way he described it. It was like, if it were a movie, it would be 3 hours long. It had all these characters. So he was looking for artists in our college to do this. And I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'll do it. I did it with two other friends of mine that were my classmates. And he described all the characters. So we created character studies first, and he paid us for it. And eventually he was like, I want to I love this characters that you made and I want to really turn it into a book, but you have to go to Malaysia with us. I think he was from Malaysia. And my friends and I went, I'm going to be earning dollars or like my family's in the States. I didn't think about it as much because I considered going there, but
Yeah.
now, I didn't think about the dangers of what it would be like. What if we were trafficked or what
Yeah.
happens to us?
Following someone to a different country for a job.
For a job
Yeah.
that was not, we couldn't verify. There's no internet back
Yep.
then. Hello, kids. There were no internet back then. Yeah.
No, it's. I mean, that was my first thought when you said that was just sort of like, Okay, make sure that's safe and that you're not sort of walking into something in the
Right.
process.
I mean,
Um,
he paid us big money, but and it really looked like he was passionate about the project, but about the the possibility of going to a different country with no one we know.
I mean, to be honest, and I know that we're talking about that situation, but as an artist, I imagine you get this all the time too, but that there are times where you get offered jobs that look suspicious.
Yeah.
And you always have your guard up, and if something seems too good to be true, you have to stop and go, okay, what's going on here? And is it a real thing? Is it worth the risk? And sometimes it's a real job and it just doesn't pay well, or it
Right.
doesn't live up to the standards that you want to meet. And then it becomes a question of like, what am I getting myself into if I sign up for this? And now obviously what you're talking about may be totally different. It may have been totally fine. I don't know, but that radar is always going as an artist whenever
Yeah.
jobs come. Do you get, out of curiosity, I don't want to take it down this road too much, but do you get lots of like, hey, I'm working on this project, I need someone to work on it, and it looks suspicious?
Yeah. We we get in the email sometimes, right? And I think people also, thankfully, they warn us like, oh, this is going around.
Yeah.
Like the what do you call, like, I'm hearing impaired. That's
That's
always
the
one of those.
one. I was
Right.
just about to say that one.
And
Yeah.
I was like, why does it have to be hearing impaired? Maybe because so you can't call them and have a phone conversation.
I didn't even think about that part. I know the one that you're talking about. It's always sort of, I'm hearing impaired. A lot of times it's like I work at this organization or
Yeah.
this nonprofit or whatever, and we need someone to make images. And I forget what the like full thing is, but I've seen it multiple times. But it's always hearing impaired. But now that you mentioned that, that's probably part of it. Is like not having to communicate or having an out if you try to call them.
Right.
Dang.
Damn.
Okay, I'm gonna use that in teaching. I'm gonna quote you on that. But that's probably why. That's there.
It's probably why.
It's interesting that like every illustrator kind of knows that one at this point,
Right.
because that's the one that goes around.
Yeah, and there's a few more. And some are legit, but it's like 3 months from start to finish. I don't think I could do that.
You don't want to give up your actual like sanity for a project, even if it pays well. Sometimes you got to say no.
Yeah, they know. Yeah. Have you turned down any project that you thought like, oh dang, I really wanted to do that?
I've turned down a few, not necessarily ones that I'm like if it was something I really wanted to do, I would have done.
Oh, okay.
Unless it was like a time constraint of some sort. But I have turned down projects for other reasons, and a lot of times it's financially it's not enough for the time that it would take to work on the project. And then the other thing that I get is sometimes it's just not the right fit for me, or it doesn't really like spark my interest. I forget who it was that I had on here a few weeks back, but they said something along the lines of, if when you get like a manuscript or you get something, if you can't already start to see the pictures in your head, then it's probably not a great job.
I agree.
And to me, it's the same thing for some of those, like not just picture books, but illustration in general. If you don't already have some sort of vision happening when they start to talk about the project or whatever it may be, that's when you sort of cut bait and go a different direction. And so I've had a couple of those where like, it just didn't excite me in the same way, and I knew that it was going to be a struggle. What about you? Have you got you to the almighty no?
Yeah, I've had to turn down some good ones, and I wanted to work with an art director for a while, but the timing doesn't just work whenever
Yeah.
it comes around. Yeah, but one day I'm still hoping that she'll come back and work. We could work on something together.
Is there, out of curiosity,
Mm.
the idea of saying no, or not being able to work on a project, um, can be challenging when you start out, especially because you're just trying to like get going.
Mm.
Uh,
Yeah.
do you think you're at the point now where, like, I still worry to this day when I say no, that somehow it's going to come back to haunt me. Like, oh, that would have been the project that would have been in front of this person that would create this, other opportunity. Or there's all sorts of reasons why paranoia in my head starts to go crazy, saying, hey, you should have taken that job. Do you get that at this point in your career? Do you feel like you've sort of moved past that? And
Oh, that's where my agent is very helpful in telling me that, if they really want to take a wait or
yeah, Karen,
yeah.
are you Karen
Yeah,
Wiseman? Is that right?
yes, I want to we're in the same
We
agency.
are.
You
We're like agents, siblings. We
nibbling,
yeah
sibling.
we can have agency fights, like sibling fights of you're on my side of the car, and someone at the agency has to come and separate us and say we're turning this agency around. We're going back
Yeah,
home.
yeah,
Um, how long
yeah.
how long have you been with Karen?
2019, I think, or 18.
Okay, gotcha. And how did you come about getting Karen as your
So
agent?
that it's one of those really fortunate internet finds, originally I followed a different agent at her agency, and as soon as I followed, she responded. I was Jen, I think. Different Jen. There's a
Yeah,
bunch of
which
Jens in
Jen?
our agency.
There's like three or four that I remember.
It was Jen
Oh,
Rofi.
okay.
How do you pronounce her
I
last
think it's
name?
Rofi. Yeah,
Rofi?
I think
Okay.
so.
Yeah. So it was Jen Rofi. I followed her, and immediately she sent an email saying, I looked at your work and I love it. So I was like, oh, okay. I got a response. And she said, what are your aspirations? In that first email. So I thought, like, wow. Well, I already imagined things.
You saw dollar
Oh,
signs at that point.
I was like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. So actually, we exchanged a couple of emails, and it was really very promising. And it took a while for the last email, but then and I was like, oh no, it didn't work out. It's not gonna work out. But she said that she couldn't take me at that time, but she forwarded my information to Karen, who's enamored equally, I guess she said, with my work.
Mm.
So then Karen was in the email, and she said, like, when's a good time to call? And then we had that phone call. We talked about our what I wanted to do, and we kind of really bonded in that phone call. And by the end of that phone call, that one phone call, she said, oh, well, would you like to be represented by
Yeah.
me? And it took a moment.
And then what did you do?
And then I put the phone. I said, let me think about it.
Yeah. Don't
In
say
my
yes right
head,
away.
I
Yeah.
already said yes.
Yeah.
But verbally, I just said, would you mind waiting the weekend? And if you have clients that I could talk to. And so she gave me a couple of names. Let me take a moment here. I'm not liking my work here. It's getting muddy. So let me go back to my old way. Yeah, so
To your old way. Meaning
the old way.
jumping back to
My
digital.
iPad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I,
This is
I tried.
not everything I do on here. It comes to a point where I'm happy with some of this. I see we got some questions here that I want to
Oh, yeah?
we get questions, some nights we don't. But there is someone here that has a question for you, and um, the first one, I'm not sure. It says multi-dimensional question warning, i.e., there's multiple parts. But has social media mostly helped you grow in your illustration career? So you have a following on Instagram or on Blue Sky or on
Yeah.
whatever sources you have. Do you think that it has helped dramatically? Do you think it's I mean, like, obviously, I doubt that it will hurt anybody,
Mm.
but what has your experience been with social media as a whole?
Uh, it's very positive for me, especially when I was beginning in 2018. So my journey started out really wonky, right? Because my background was fine arts, and I got here and I couldn't find that advertising job. I ended up being a programmer for a long time, and I kind of like pushed aside the dream,
Yeah.
but I would just remind myself once in a while that, hey, you're an artist, right? So social media was really helpful because back then when I lost my job or there was massive layoffs at work, I I joined this collective called Puddle Jump, and a couple of budding illustrators were there, and we kind of like, we're all interested in getting agents. We were all unagented at that time, and we called ourselves Puddle Jump. One of them was Faith Prey, who is actually done a bunch of beautiful, beautiful books too.
Yeah.
And Lori and Dean, who kind of got us together. Hey, let's figure this thing out. It helps when you have friends in, starting out or even different parts of your journey, right? But somebody doing the same thing. So just like we had prompts, we promoted ourselves through social media and Instagram. We formed, a Facebook page, and we formed an IG page. So it was helpful that way because I never would have met all of them without social media.
Gotcha.
And how we got together, I don't know. It's just like Lorian knew all these people, and Gladys Hilsey is in there too, and she's done a bunch of books with even celebrities.
I mean,
So
why
we all started.
start a crit group? It doesn't have to take a whole town to do it, and that one person has a connection and that other person has a connection and whatnot, all of a sudden you have this group of people that you can rely on. And the thing that I liked about what you said was the idea of like promoting each other. Even though your outreach as an individual may not be strong, your outreach as a whole is probably quite hearty and can make a huge difference. Even if it's not like the biggest names in the world, it will stretch further the more people that are involved in it.
Right.
Do you still partake in that group?
We've since broken it up. We actually had a website back then, and just life got in the way, and people were not as active. Also, yeah, and people got book. Well, they got represented. A few people got represented, and then a few people got book deals, so they got busy. And then,
So it's like a relationship.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
It's not you, it's me.
It's not you, it's me. But it was I found that really, really helpful. It kind of, one was from Ireland, and she's so beautiful. It's just, I never would have imagined
Like Nina
connecting.
Do you know Nina Mata?
Yes, I know Nina
Just a
Mata.
community with the now Nina, I don't know if you saw this a couple weeks ago, put up a fax machine, and I got put in place because I didn't know what it meant. But I think I understand the fist in this case. I understand the context.
Yes, Nina Mata is very much in my community. I love Nina Mata, and she's Jersey also. So us Jersey folk,
Yeah, where in Jersey are you? Let's address
Well, let's
the
address that.
room. Where in Jersey are you?
Right, because there's some controversy that Central Jersey doesn't exist, but I was told that I'm in Central Jersey,
Okay.
which is kind of near the airport, Newark Airport, because everybody goes to Newark Airport.
Yeah, but
So,
you're not in Newark, are you?
no, I'm not in Newark, but it's about 20 minutes from me.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
I remember my parents lived in New Jersey, right across the Tappan Zee, like far once you're in New Jersey there. And I remember there was a time where my dad was driving me. This is when I was in college, basically, and my dad was driving me to the airport there in Newark. And I remember looking outside, and I was like, "What? Where?" There was like this thing that happened that it was a shift into like a very industrial airport area.
Yeah.
And I was like,
yeah. So you'll see
what
like
happened?
Plants and like it's not very picturesque when you drive through parts of New Jersey, but there are parts of New Jersey that are beautiful.
It's called the Garden State. It's not
right.
It's there are lovely parts of the state. I think when I went to school in Providence, there was lots of people that came up from New Jersey, and they would always say like, "Oh, I got out in New Jersey." They all wanted to escape New Jersey for some reason, but it's not as bad as people say it is. Yeah.
And there's a running joke actually when I went to Hawaii. It's so funny. Well, the guy said, "You're from New Jersey? What exit are you?" That's how you know you're from Jersey, because you answer by, "What exit are you?"
I don't remember what exit my parents were. I can tell you that it was near the Palisades.
I'm not really sure, but I know that.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly. And the other thing that I remember is like, there was lots of what do I want to say? Lots of tiny towns all next to each other, and maybe that's why it's like, at least in their area, instead of saying what town you were in, it was what exit.
Right.
Because the town's like, you get off on one exit and it goes to like 5 towns within a matter of a few blocks of some sort. But now, is that where family moved and you ended up there, or is that I
know. So my parents stayed in Newburgh, which is in New York.
Okay.
They managed this nursing home, which was a big house, and they had a 17 patient capacity. So in the background is my mom was a nurse back in the Philippines, and my aunt had this business of a nursing home, but she lived in California, so she asked my mom to take care of the nursing home and manage it with my dad. So they stayed upstate. I call it upstate, but it's probably not technically upstate, because it's still like an hour. It's just an hour, 20 minutes from me. It's near the outlets, if people know where that is.
Yep.
So
I like that. That's
giving
these clues of like East Coast versus like Midwest when someone says near the outlets. What exit are you? Those kind of
very Jersey.
What was I gonna say? Have you watched? I'm assuming you have Netflix.
Yes.
Have you watched A Man on the Inside?
Yes, we just finished watching it.
Okay, we just finished it last night, and I was gonna say, did that ring true from like your parents? Like, did you get to go experience any of the?
That. Oh, by the way, that Man on the Inside nursing home is very posh. That's not like the typical nursing home, that I know. But that is a very posh. Oh my goodness, I would love to live there too.
Yeah, seriously.
They had a salon, and dinner every day with like real fancy food, and it wasn't like the what
real representation. I know that.
I know, or maybe it is in San Francisco and that kind of facility, right?
A wealthier area in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Tech companies out there, they can probably afford that kind of treatment.
Oh, I wonder how much that would be actually.
Oh, I don't even want to know.
Yeah.
I don't even want to know, but it was what we watched that in the last episode. I didn't even tell my wife this. She's listening upstairs, but I got kind of sad in
Oh.
some of the episodes about like people and you know, with parents getting older and things of the sort. Like it just sort of hit home a little bit more than I was expecting for a show that's somewhat a comedy.
Right.
Yeah.
Is a dramedy? Is it a dramedy?
Yeah, I'd put it in that category. There's moments that are really humorous, and there's moments that are like almost too real, and all that stuff. Anyways, we don't want to talk about nursing homes, unless you really want to.
Wait, no. Yeah, so that's in New York, and well, I had to find a job in New York. So when I first got here, New York is expensive. Where they were was very far from where the jobs would be, because I was looking in Manhattan. Anything really. I was thinking like, oh, I'll do a advertising job, right? 90s. It was the 90s, and advertising, right? It's like Mad Men, like where you it's like my brother said, you're a dime a dozen, you know.
Yeah.
And my brother's like that, like he's very frank, like you're a dime a dozen, like you can't. No, plus I'm just new in this country and I just finished school, so it was really like disheartening. I really just wanted to go back home because I had a job back home in an ad agency before I left to come here, and I was actually just on vacation. Like I was gonna see what was gonna happen with me, right? I didn't give up my job then because I was like, if I didn't, I was just on vacation. I'll just see. But then my brother said, like, you're already here. Why do you need to go back home? We're all here. So I said, just find a job here. All right, go. I decided, okay, I'll try to find a job here. Nothing in advertising. I tried the papers. I got back kids papers. No internet back then. Still, it was like you. I actually had to look at papers and cross off things at the job, job section.
Yeah. The classic, like you have the red circle that goes around, and
right,
this is the one
no,
looking at, and we'll see if it pans out. And
it pans out, and none of them panned out for advertising for me. So I went and worked at retail for a while, which was an art shop. Thankfully, at least it's art related.
Yeah.
It was called Sam Flax back then, and the competition was Pearl Paint. So Pearl Paint was like the place to be to get art supplies in Canal downtown.
Yeah, I mean, Pearl Paint had probably a bigger reach.
Yeah, probably had a bigger reach. And Saflax actually has been long-standing too, because they had Kate's Papery. They had another location uptown in Park Avenue, and so it was kind of big. And I like that place, mostly for the employee discount.
Okay, is that where
right?
all
I
the
get
colors
art
from?
supplies. Yeah. All right. Oh my goodness! Look at this. Actually, it says flax value $9. Yeah. This is
joking, but you got
look at that. I was like, what, 40 years old, 30 years old then?
I just noticed Nina Mata says, Lynnor, can you scoot your screen a little?
I'm sorry.
That is kind of blocking it. So if you could move it, if you can move the camera down or move the screen.
Okay, because
or your iPad.
Hold on, let me see. What is? Oh.
It's just sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Thank
a little hard to see.
you.
There you go. We're getting there.
Yeah. I can't see because the thing that holds the phone in place.
Yeah, it's not always the.
Is where.
The easiest. Okay.
Thank you, Nina.
If it goes out of whack again, I'll try to do it or to relay. But I'm also looking down, so I'm not perfect.
Right.
Put it that way.
You're not?
I try.
I thought you were.
I try. I like to give the aura that I am, but no, I'm not.
I like that. How you describe me as sensational and illustrious. I've never been described that way before.
Well, you need better friends then.
Huh?
You need better friends. Those friends that you this
I know.
group that you had really let you down.
Right.
You need to
I know.
yell at them.
Apparently.
Yeah. You guys didn't even know the word sensational back in the day, apparently.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
That's big.
It's funny because when I make those ads, I say sensational and I mean it. It's not that you mean it, but I always feel like I'm like using the same words over and over.
Yeah.
Like my vocabulary is not that great, and so I oftentimes will go and pick up or grab thesaurus.com and type in sensational. What other words are like that? And sometimes I get good ones, and sometimes I don't.
I like it.
Yeah, sensational works. People understand it.
I'm so, yeah. It's so cool.
What?
Yeah, because I would just use cool all the time.
What was that?
I just use cool all the time.
It works.
Right. But it's
I think I've used that.
It's boring sometimes.
I'm gonna say cool and exciting.
Exciting.
Yeah. Pick some stuff. I think I tried to go big too early, and I was like, exuberant. Or I try to like pick these long words, and it could be just cool and neat.
Neato.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a little
old.
too. Yeah, that's too far. A bridge too far in that case. No, you say that you've never been called that, but I know for a fact there's no possible way that you don't have people singing your praises.
You
have an agent who's out there singing your praises.
That's all we need. That's all we need.
I mean, I don't know how good of a singer Karen Wiseman is, but I imagine out there saying that you're the best.
Yeah, just like Jen also says, you're the best, Mark.
She doesn't say that.
Oh.
She says, I don't even know what she says about me. I don't want to know. I see who is it? Someone chimed in and said you're on live. Annie Garumi?
Oh, yay. My friend Annie. She crochets and knits.
Whoa.
Yes. So another fan of your knit hat. Show her your knit hat, I guess.
Show her the knit hat?
Yeah.
Ridiculous knit hat? Hold on. We'll get there.
And
it's not even meant to be ridiculous. It's just I'm wearing it in a ridiculous way. And people have...
You could put stuff the way you put it. Like, you could put stuff in there and hide things and animals and creatures.
How does it? There we go, like that. Like, it goes way up.
Wow.
Wear it like that?
Yeah.
I like the fact it does like sort of pop up on my head. So
like a turtleneck knit cap.
Yeah, it's
I don't know.
It's it's playful. That's the way I look at it. Anyways, okay. Away from that, let's talk a little bit about your history in publishing in particular. Now, you said that you got that book when you were overseas, and you saw your stuff printed in sort of I don't remember if you called it an anthology, but like a collection.
Yeah,
of stories.
A collection.
Yeah.
Now, so I really like that group. That was from when I decided that could be a career.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You ended up doing books after that.
So yeah, it was a long time because I left the Philippines. So that book was published back home, but yeah, I left the Philippines and I came here and there was no art, no nothing that I could do. So I became a programmer in the meantime because back then Y2K was happening. They were all looking for programmers. Remember Y2K, Mark? I don't know. Oh, yeah.
Are you challenging my age? Is that what you're doing?
I bet that you're younger. I think you're young.
Wait, okay. Wait, stop. When someone says that, I always think it's fun to challenge them. What do you mean by younger? Like, how old do you think I am?
40, 38, 40. I don't know.
Uh, add another decade.
Wow.
I know.
Okay. Okay, you look really young then. Yeah.
I got a lot of gray hair at this point.
Yeah.
I'm 40. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
40,
You forgot.
47, 48. I don't remember.
See, you're still younger.
Somewhere in there. But yes, I remember Y2K was my senior year of college.
Oh, okay. So I was already here, and I studied programming, and I got hired to basically transpose code so that it will be Y2K compliant.
You're part of that. My mom had that job too, the fear of everything switching over, and so she had to do lots of coding.
Right.
With folks that were doing coding.
Oh, she was a programmer too?
She wasn't. She was back in the day. She was a punch card programmer.
Yeah.
So like way back when.
Yeah,
but she was a manager at that point at I think National Car Rental or something like that. One of the rental places, I think something like that. And they were prepping for that, and so she was sort of a project manager on it at the time.
Yeah.
So
there was lots of code to be changed.
Yes, there was.
It wouldn't work really. I think things would have gone kaput.
Yeah, you all did it. You saved.
Yay.
We didn't.
You saved the planet.
In a fiery crash because the computers all gave up on us. So tell me about, like, you get your first offer for a picture book that was solely you as the artist. Tell me.
Yeah, so that was solely me as the artist. Yeah. I cannot not mention the independent author Justine Villanueva for Jack and Ague, and she made her own book. So I know it's a lot of work for an independent publisher. So she wrote the book and she published it, and it gets bad press, but the way she did this book, The Jacket I Do, it was really well thought. Like, she hired a different graphic designer for the title page and the cover, for doing all the layouts, because that's another job, right?
When you say bad press, meaning like the idea of self-publishing sometimes gets
correct. Okay. Right, like people would say like, oh, it's not whatever official, right?
Self-published,
yeah. But Justine is very thoughtful about the work that she does, so it was done well on nice paper, and I think
what's up? It's your boy. It's your boy Mark Hoffman. This is going to be part 2. Instagram quit on me, and so I'm going to hop back in here. And for those that are interested in watching, including my wife, I'm going to be, hold on, I'm just getting set up here real quick. I'm going to be letting our guests back in. But as far as I can tell, let's see if I can get this even higher. As far as I can tell, it's just Instagram just said, like, we don't want this video going anymore. And so it shut it down. It wasn't an internet drop or anything of the sort. So I'm going to see if I can get our guests back in here. So let me see if I can do that real quick. Again, I don't know. It's happened before. Sometimes it's a... Let's see if this works. Lynnor, if you're listening, oh, there we go.
I'm back.
That was on my end. Instagram just stopped. I thought it was some other like technical issue, but not Instagram stopped, but the live video feed just said that it's ended.
Wow.
Who knows? This is how the things work. So we're back. We're up and running. So
yeah.
For those that, for those that are tuning into part 2 and are like, what's going on here? We are chatting with Lynnor Bontigao, who is amazing, spectacular nice,
Sensational.
cool. What else? How about rad? Tubular, illustrator, and author.
Rotund, actually, right now.
What'd
I'm
you say?
rotund. Rotund. A little bit
I'm not
round.
saying that. I'm not gonna say that one. You can claim that one all you want, but I'm not saying it.
Okay.
But who has joined us for the evening, and we are chatting away. And if you can tune in to part 1, go back and watch it at some point. But we're gonna pick up the conversation where we left off. So I don't know where it cut off on my end.
I know, because I was yapping away.
You probably said the most amazing thing.
I did.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be on pay-per-view instead.
Yeah, it's out there in the ether somewhere. And those who
it cannot be
missed
repeated.
I think you were giving tips on how to make $1 million as an artist. Is that what it was?
Yes, it was exactly with no effort required.
Yeah. You gave. I heard you for a second, just as you were cutting out on my end. You said,
and that's
"Hey, everybody,
how you make $1 million."
Yeah. Right. And then something about inviting everybody to your house for the holidays. Is that right?
Yeah, everybody, and I gave my own address and everything.
You gave out your personal phone number.
Yeah.
Call you if you need a ride.
Right.
Lots of great stuff.
Exactly. I give out money and everything. Yeah.
But we were talking about sort of the start into the publishing world as your own sort of solely independent book, and you talked about the self-publishing. What about first, non-self-published? What was
that was with Beaming Books for You Are Revolutionary. I have it right here.
Yep.
That one.
Can you do that again?
You Are Revolutionary. Written by Cindy Wong Brent.
I want you to periodically throughout the night. I want you to introduce that sound again, and just throw it out there at us. And so, tell me a little bit about that process. Like, obviously, doing something that's self-published has its own challenges, both on the production and the marketing and things of that sort. But then all of a sudden, you get this contract with a traditional publisher, a PAL. Is that right? What does that PAL stand for?
Which one?
It's like, it means traditionally published, but it's published.
Published and listed?
Yeah. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So you have a book now that's like that. What was the difference for you? What was the experience like? Did it have the same rewards and challenges? Was it something that, took a lot more effort?
The main thing is that there is no communication between the author and the illustrator mostly. Yep. So we did talk before, like we had that like, hello, how are you introduction, but while I was working on the book, I didn't get to talk to the author anymore. Right. So I think
it was constant conversation.
Yeah. So because there's no it was between just us two, right? Yeah. So there's no art director or no. So the biggest takeaway is that there's we have some go between, and I think in a way that's good because there's a layer of communication, and there's positive about that too. What about your experience, right?
What was that?
What do you think about that experience, right? That you don't talk to the author.
Sometimes I don't want to put up with their nonsense. No, I think
what if they're watching?
They would get the joke.
Yeah.
They know who I am for the most part. I find it challenging, but I also find it kind of nice to have that sort of in between in certain
Yeah.
cases. Just like I think it does take a little bit of the pressure off of trying to appease too many folks at once. And so
Yes.
that idea of like being able to step away and actually have uh, your not necessarily freedom, but have the ability to make work that is um, independent. I guess the best way I can put it. I think that's important. And so to me, I think I have no problem talking with an author, but
Hmm.
I do the idea of a little bit of separation.
Yeah.
It also means that I don't have the downside of constantly talking to the author. Like
Hmm.
I'm a talky person. I'm someone who likes to talk, and if you give me that green light to go call up the author, that might be a bad
They
thing.
might not like it.
Yeah, yeah. They might want to say, "Hold on a second. I need you to calm down."
They're the ones saying, no, I don't want to talk to you
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah, yeah. They set it up for me. That'd be amazing if I said something about that, like in one of these, where I say, "Well," and they don't let you talk to the author, and then everybody just in on the joke that it's only me that they don't let talk to the author.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, 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 yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah. They don't let you
that
do that at
Mark.
all. Yeah, everybody goes through that. Sure thing, Mark. Tell me. So obviously that's a huge difference. But did you find like was that a dramatic shift for you? Like, were there expectations that you were feeling like you were left out of certain conversations?
No, because the the role of the art director is really they really managed it well. So they communicated everything that the author wanted
Yeah.
to do, and actually I had some concerns and they were able to address it, and I didn't have to worry about um whatever I was concerned with. um
Offending or
yeah.
yeah.
Just want to make sure, and also like they wanted to make sure that it went through vetting, or like what do you call that, like the beta readers, that it passes their,
Yeah. Make sure that like
what do you call, yeah,
well yeah testing uh no, I know what you're talking about, but
right.
yeah, they to make sure that it's like independent and they're getting a good sampling of what people actually
Yeah,
like versus what they perceive they're gonna like. Um,
yeah, because particularly, yeah, there's a they really wanted diverse kids in the UR revolutionary, so they wanted all kinds of kids, and it's like I want to make sure that it's okay, because the all the and my illustrations are not offending or anything
yeah,
like that. Like I didn't fall into that stereotyping
yeah, yeah.
somebody.
Was it? I mean, obviously, it's the first book, and we talked a little bit about the idea of when you first get something like that. There's this desire to jump on right away because it's always like it's very exciting to get that book. But was that something
Yeah.
that you took a moment and took that beat and said, okay, wait, I need to think and figure this out? Or was it sort of an instantaneous, this feels right, I'm in?
Yeah, it was a little bit of both. Like I had to think about it, but it also felt right.
Yeah.
And Karen said that this is your first, and it took a while actually. I think it took like a year before I got a deal.
Okay.
Not even, maybe a few months, and then but she felt like she had to reassure me, like once you get your first book, then everything will just come through. Everything will fall into place. So, what she said, like it will be. Yeah, it's the first one.
You just let
So
slide you like that?
yeah, I know I'm very gullible. Did I not tell you that?
Yeah.
Like you could sell me a bridge and I will buy it with the
I mean,
$1 million that I just made.
there is a truth to the idea that like once you have a book published, it proves your your ability.
Right.
You're no longer an unknown or an entity that they have no understanding of how to like or what your abilities are in the format.
Yeah.
But it's not a green light for every single project thereafter either.
Right.
It is a very challenging industry to keep consistency. Has it been consistent for you since that first book? Has it been up and down?
It's been very consistent, and last year was actually really busy because this year I had 3 illustrated books that came out in spring.
Oof,
Yeah.
3 in the spring.
3 in the spring, and they were like, I would say that I had to tell them like I might have been in trouble because it was in like a week apart almost.
Oh,
So
I mean, that's not
I didn't know that. Yeah, that was a lot of work.
your fault of any sort. Just for anybody that doesn't understand what we're talking about, is the idea of like, do they eat the audience for each other? And so a
Right.
person buys one book but not the other, and that is a challenge of like one of those things. And it sounds silly, but when people sell books or they publish books, it's not as simple as just we're buying this and putting it out. They have to figure out like what else it's running up against, not only books but also what else is coming out in the world at that time. And so they're not, inundating us with 2 books that are similar, or 2 books by the same artist or the same author or whatnot. I had an instance where I had 2 books come out within the same week, and it lined up that way.
Yeah, because it's sometimes I think one of them got delayed or pushed or something.
Yeah.
So originally it wasn't going to be, and at least there were 2 were picture books, and then the other one was not a picture book. It was it was the early reader, so it was not competing technically.
Yeah.
For the same audience. But yeah, that was busy, and while the work was not always like different phases, right? So I'll be in final art on one and doing sketches on another, so that's why it was manageable.
Yeah.
But it was still crazy.
Yeah, I mean, well, not only that, but I imagine when it comes out too, you have to go out there and like try to sell it and act like it's the most amazing book in the world, which I'm sure it is. But then how do you do that? How do you also say, and this other book coming out next week is also the most amazing book in the world, and this other book coming out the week after is another amazing book, and eventually people are going to go, they can't all be amazing.
They can't all be sensational and amazing and rad.
I mean, yours can, but at least my experience, not mine.
Just kidding. You have to believe in it, all of it. Yeah.
I mean,
but
yeah, mine aren't all that, but they're not the best books in the world, but it's because they got the best book in the universe title, and
there you go.
Yeah, it just stretches further. I don't want to be so limiting when I
said. Is that the title for real? The best book in the universe? Yeah. I told you I was gullible. I don't know if you're telling a joke.
No, I'm not. I'm being sassy. Now, when did you first write? Because if I remember correctly, this Sari-Sari Summers is the first one you authored, correct?
Yeah, and so far it's the only one I've authored.
Okay. Yeah. Tell me about that experience. What's because that's obviously you have to write and then put it out on submission, and it's a very different experience than just having a contract sort of come in through an agent.
Yeah.
What was that like? Was it scary? Was it exciting? Was it?
Yeah, it was scary because for me, I think I'm still an illustrator primarily. Yeah. My head is like, I'm an illustrator where there may be stories that go with it, right? So I drew this illustration of a kid waiting at a sari-sari store. And a sari-sari store is the small store that's common in the Philippines. It's like really like a mom and pop shop. There's one in
a bodega.
A bodega. yeah, if you were in the city, in New York City, there's a bodega on every corner. There's like a 7-Eleven. But the thing that makes it different is that they sell things in small packages. So like you'll have a bottle of shampoo here, but over there you could buy like a shampoo that's just worth for one shower, or two showers. You could buy a little quantity. Like they come in little packages,
What?
sachets they call it.
Okay, but answer. This is just a technical question. Why? Doesn't that like?
Why?
Yeah, like is there? I mean, this is maybe me as the silly
Right.
American here going like, why not buy in bulk? And isn't it more
Yes.
value for your dollar to get a lot?
Right. Well, probably has a lot to do with the life back home. Like maybe you get paid just for the day
Okay, got
or
it.
whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's small. Or there's no storage really. Like in my house, there's no place to store
gotcha.
um a big thing of oil. So back home, you could just buy 1 cup of oil and they'll pour it for you. Like in the book that Nora does, like she'll pour the beans and measure it. So yeah, I came from that one illustration of a little girl waiting in the sari-sari store, and mom, my grandmom has a sari-sari store back home when I was growing up. So in the summer we would visit her, and she made ice candy, which is a treat in the book. It's really hot in the Philippines, um, and she made them in different flavors. So but the illustration was like, oh, this girl is so bored, there's no customers, and kind of like that became the problem in the book, was waiting for customers to come. And I remember uh, when I was waiting at my grandma's store, it was really so hot. I don't know, she lived like 2 hours away, and that was the very first time I saw Mirage. A
Yeah,
Mirage is only something that I saw in a cartoon when
yeah.
Roadrunner and Coyote would and go in the desert, and there'll be a Mirage that Roadrunner goes through, and it doesn't seem real. But I remember distinctly looking out from my grandmother's store. I saw this water, like a pool of water in front. Is that the Mirage? So heat and my grandma's store kind of went hand in hand.
So is the character in the book you, or is like
Yes.
based? Obviously, it's based on sort of your grandmother and the store and whatnot. But is it actually your grandmother and you just change names?
Yeah. Actually, I didn't change my grandma's name. We don't name the grandma, but the store, the illustration in the store says Soling Sari-Sari store, and
Okay,
that's my grandma's nickname.
secret advertising for her. Yeah.
It
She,
was gone by then. Like, yeah,
oh,
it
okay.
doesn't exist anymore. There were many memories of being in the store. And actually, after the book came out, so many people said, oh, my grandma also owned the store. Like, how many grandmas own stores? Oh, my grandfather owned the store, and they helped out too in the store. So I was like, oh,
I
wow.
mean,
So many. It's like such an ubiquitous, is that the word? Ubiquitous
yeah,
thing in
yeah.
our
I,
life.
and it's funny because I did not have that experience of any sort, but I really love the concept of a family venture like that where everybody participates. And I know maybe not as a little kid, people are probably like, I don't want to be at the store anymore, I'm tired of having to do these things if you work there all the time. but
Right.
but the idea of having some like familial experience like that to me is such a lovely concept. uh,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a matter of um, I think that maybe not everybody gets that chance, but I think that that's like such a nice sentimental thing too, to be able to say, yeah, you had this experience with your grandmother or with your family, and you had this place that was something more than just a home, that
Yeah.
was bigger than that in some way, is always so rewarding in my mind. But again, if you had to spend your every waking day there, you might not think the same thing.
I'm sure. Yeah. And it for me it was just like a playtime, right? Because
Yeah.
like you said, it's temporary, but I'm sure that for my grandmother, it's really like the daily sales would really mean like, do we pay for electricity today, or
Yeah.
something that it really. And the background of this story too, there was like why the grandma was worried was that like if there were no customers, then you can't really pay for your bills and stuff. But my editor was like, oh, maybe that's too big, that's a really big problem for the kid to solve. But so it would just be, her concern really was more that she saw her grandmother worried, and not really the underlying thing of why grandmother was worried behind it. It's just that she because she cares about her grandma.
Yeah.
So she noticed that her grandma was not as her jovial self.
And little kids aren't going to pick up on like, hey, you got to pay an electric bill.
Exactly.
Right.
So that was like, okay, no.
Yeah.
So,
Is there, looking back at that, at the experience, have you had, does the book, I'm trying to figure out how to get this out in a meaningful way, but does the book somehow make you reflect differently on that experience now that it's out and about in the world? Or like the equivalent of when you read the book or you see the book, do you think about that experience in a different way because you told a story that is not technically you, but is inherently you? Does that make sense when I say that? Maybe that's too convoluted. In other words, like your thoughts about the store, are they different now that you've made this book than previous to the book?
No, I think it's still resonant of what I experienced, and a lot of people experience actually. So I think it actually was more reinforcing what other people's experiences were also with the book.
Okay.
Because it kind of is, they all seem to remember when they come up to me, they all seem to remember, oh, we did that too, and we sold the same thing, and my grandma also sold the same stuff. And it was really playing on that nostalgia moment, and that's what I wanted to bring about, was that this book is for those that grew up in the Philippines and more familiar with the sari-sari store concept, and a way for them to share this idea to the younger kids that haven't gone there yet, or haven't been to the Philippines.
A way for people to like, the thing that I would always say with something like this to students is, not everybody probably has this experience of a store like that, or growing up in that kind of situation. Yeah. But if you can create something that's universal enough of a concept, it's not really about the store. It's about the relationship, and it's about the sort of family aspect that comes into play, and the wanting to sort of like, or seeing your loved one in a different light. And that's probably where that the conversation about like it's not really about the store, it's about the grandmother. It's that same sort of argument of like, everybody has a grandmother, everybody has a someone in that sort of role in their life that they can go, oh, that makes sense that you would care for this person in this way, or like seeing them struggle, you want to help out. Sort of a universal language. Now, the writing process, I know you said that that's not necessarily your go-to, nor mine. What did you do? How did you manage that writing aspect? As far as like, was it classes and things that you took first? Was it something you just started writing and Karen was like, give me it? What was the
uh,
the thought in that?
yeah. So I presented 3 ideas to Karen that I should work on because that's kind of like the way like Karen and I kind of agree on. I didn't want to work on something fully yet, and the idea just wouldn't sit with Karen,
Yeah.
you know. So I presented 3 ideas with Karen, and this was the first one, and I think this is the one that she liked it. But there were 2 other ones in that email that I sent, and I said I think we should work on this one. She said, so yeah, so that's how we decided to just like work on this.
And
And
how long did you actually work on it, for those that are like thinking,
yeah,
oh, this is instantaneous, you're done?
no. So I went back and forth. I had problems writing. I always seem to lose the voice, the person talking, because I will be like, oh, it's all of a sudden this becomes Lola's perspective, or all of a sudden this becomes Nora's perspective. Like I kind of lose like who's talking and who's what was it like the person, the perspective,
Yeah.
right?
First person, second person.
First person, second person, I would lose that. And so we worked on that for quite a bit, like probably 4 to 6 months, I would say, that we would go back and forth, because it would take a while, like a week or so to go get feedback.
Yeah.
And
Write a note, get
I don't know.
notes, or get notes
Yeah,
back down the line.
so maybe 4 months, maybe.
Okay.
And then sending it out. And Karen, she's very she doesn't cast a wide net. She knows who to send it to.
Yep.
Because she's had a lot of experience. So she's the senior agent there, right? At Andrea Brown.
Yep.
So she sent it to the people that actually also listed on my, that I also had a radar for. So that was good. And then a couple of them came back and said, like, how about we take it in this direction? Other people said, okay, let's change it a little bit more. But then it landed on Candlewick, Melanie Cordova, who was at that time on her maternity break. But she said it came across her desk and she just had to look at it and read it. And then no, thankfully, even though she said, oh, even though I'm technically on maternity leave, but I really wanted, and she offered. So we waited for other people to make a counter, and then eventually we still landed with Melanie at Candlewick.
Especially if it's someone that's that like invested, you know that they're gonna put their heart
Right.
into it.
Right? Like, she didn't have to answer. She could have waited 2 more months for her to come back.
Yeah. You wanted
So,
to be to her new child.
right? Yeah. So I really love Melanie too, and
have you done other books with Melanie since?
no, she's left Candlewick last
But that doesn't mean you
year, I
have to
think.
with her.
No, yeah. And I think she's doing editing right now, but I don't know if she's with a company again.
Okay. Yeah, she's solo. She's out there in the big leagues alone. Gotcha.
Yeah, they make great books.
Is there for those that have never worked on writing a book, for those that are illustrators who are going, I really want to write a story but don't know where to start, do you have any tips, tricks, things that you could share of like, this is what you got to do, this is the thing that will make your life easier?
Oh, hold on. I outline things first, and normally, actually, I title it first. Do you do that too? I give.
I do.
I kind of give it a title.
I feel like it's a bad thing to do, or at least
I know.
I feel like it's risky to do that, because then all of a sudden you're attached to a title.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
if
yeah.
that title doesn't pan out, then like, did you screw up
Yeah.
and blah blah blah, or like, are you wasting your time kind of situation? But
Right.
I totally do. I think, and it's always like some little pun or
Right.
wordplay or something
Right.
sounds right, and then sometimes that builds the whole idea. But again, I've only had 2 books that I've gotten, or I've had the chance to write, and so it's not like I have a vast experience in that realm in particular. But yes, I know the sentiment of maybe putting the cart before the horse.
It's not a good idea, but it does make you think of where the story would be or what it would be about.
Yes.
Right. So and then you flesh out your well, because it's me really for this one, that made it a little easier, and it's not always going to be like that, and it's not going to be always like about my experience, but
Made it easier just because you are the sole
exactly,
person. Okay.
maybe, right,
Wrap
because
my head around it.
it, it was my direct kind of experience of being in the store with my grandmother and what it looked like. So that made it easy. And the scenery, that was one thing that was I was worried about, because it was set in the Philippines. So I thought, and the book is gonna be sold here. It was like, are my readers gonna be alienated when I show this scene, because it's not really
It's not their
something.
experience, their lived experience.
Yeah, it's not gonna be their experience. They don't know what this is. And Melanie, you know, when you have your editor believe in you and saying, like, no, it's about time they kind of try and understand a different part of the world, something that they don't normally see. It's a good introduction to the Philippines.
Yeah, it's seen as a positive actually versus a negative, that it has a different experience portrayed in it, in my mind, in the sense of like it's in the world of education, there's oftentimes where people say, I don't understand or I'm looking at this piece that you have and it talks about this culture that I don't know about. Can you explain it to me?
Yeah.
And at a certain point, yeah, a person can, but is it their job to explain it? Or is it your job to find out more and be educated on the world around you, versus relying on the artist or the author or whoever it may be to somehow relay all the information to you and be the teacher or the educator? That's really their job in all instances. And so like that, I can see that too, in the sense of like with a book like that, like, is it going to alienate people? Well, maybe that's a good thing that they're questioning. Your book, they're grumpy Gus's. or
And some of them actually have said that, well, I don't know anything about the Philippines, but I know, like, they want to see that. They want to see the place. Like, it's really like going to the Philippines, or maybe they've gone on vacation and they said, "Oh, I remember this."
Yeah. Well, it's also, I mean, it's about representation too, and making sure that, like, there are plenty of books that talk about the American experience,
Right.
or tend towards that. And like, I mean, I might even like, and maybe this is, I'm counter to what I just said, but because you grew up in the Philippines and you were talking about not having lots of like coloring books and things of that sort, is there, looking back, and this is where I need to be educated myself, and I probably should have done this research prior, but did you have a lot of countries within Asia and sort of Eastern hemisphere don't have the same type of kids book culture that we have in the States?
Yeah, it wasn't really. I didn't have any children's books. And actually, uh, it's very flourishing right now. In the Philippines, they have a really good book movement happening right now in the Philippines. But when I was growing up, there was nothing. It wasn't a priority to have children's books. If my parents bought books, it would be encyclopedias. It wasn't. It's just not there. I
Okay.
copied.
Lynnor, hold on one second. Our Wi-Fi has dropped.
Okay.
And so it's crashing on this thing. So we're still going. It's going through my.
Oh, it's gone.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's going through my phone right now, but eventually the Wi-Fi will kick back in.
Ah.
Okay, it's a matter of we just got to wait for it to cycle.
Okay.
So bear with it. In the meantime, we can chat it up. But just know that's not going out to anybody. They're all going, what happened? Who?
But it will be saved.
Yeah, it will be saved. It's there. It's just a matter of it's not the most perfect situation, but you can see. Wait, is it live now, Lauren? Yeah. Okay, let me just check my feed here. I want to make sure I'm using Wi-Fi on my phone. Then I switch it to cellular, and I don't want to be on cellular all night if I don't have to. Although maybe that's a safer bet. Maybe I'll do that, and then we'll just. Can you hear me okay right now, Lauren?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to get my feed here to pick up. Sorry, everybody who's if any. Can you see it right now, Lauren? Is it live? Okay. Let me see. I'm just trying to troubleshoot something on my end. The feed that I have. Wait, refresh. Couldn't refresh feed. Come on.
Come back, friends.
It's having trouble on the iPad here. That's the challenge I'm having is it. Give me 1 second. Let me see if it's. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Wait, that's looking good because it's actually playing something. Okay, let's see. Oh, I think we are back. Because I just saw my hand doing what I was doing just a second ago. All right, and I'm on Wi-Fi. Okay, we're back. We're back. It was a Wi-Fi I cut out. One of the things I'm going to do, I applied for sabbatical from teaching for the fall, and assuming that I get that, one of the things I'm going to do is apply for some funding to upgrade some tech in the house if we can, to make these more manageable. And it's I'm hoping that I can find the right funding to get stuff like that, so we don't run into those kind of issues in the same.
Yeah.
Okay. That being said, we are back up and running. So let's I'm going to jump ship, and we're going to talk a little bit about life and how you manage time. So you have these 3 books that happen at once, and I'm sure you've had many more like chaotic moments in your artistic career where things are just an avalanche of stuff is on your to-do list.
Yeah.
Tell me about how do you manage your regular schedule? How do you stay sane?
I'm very bad at I have a very bad habit of not sleeping on time. I am not one to have like a morning to like a 9 to 5, right? I'm a night owl, which is a problem.
How late are you staying up?
2 or 3 in the morning, even when I'm not doing anything. It's just at that point, I don't know, something happened and it's like really bad.
Was it pandemic? Because that's what got us in that horrible like nighttime world.
Yeah, it could be pandemic, but I think even it's gotten worse for me now. Like I'm at like a 3 o'clocker. But I've always worked late. So what keeps me sane is my other, which is also a part of the problem, but it's like the K dramas.
Okay.
That's kept me sane through the pandemic. My friends and I bonded again. My elementary friends, actually. Now we have an ongoing chat all the time. Every day we talk. And it's about
About
K dramas,
okay.
what we're
Now I don't know much
watching.
about that world beyond a couple of like I've heard of a couple shows,
Uh-huh.
but what are we watching?
Right now we are watching When the Phone Rings. And it's an ongoing series about this, and I'm not going to do any spoilers, but it's about the premise is this high position guy in the government, and his wife is like a stand-in for who his wife is supposed to be, and it's her sister. But somehow they kept her a secret that she's left before they got married, and they still have to go to the wedding, but this sister is a stand-in.
Mm.
So it's kind of like crazy because
Is it
yeah,
soap opera esque?
it
There's some
is,
dramas that are
yes, like a
like
telenovela-esque.
yeah. Okay, because there's some that are that
It's,
like over the top sort of
yeah.
visuals and things of the sort, where it's like flowers that float down in between scenes and
Oh
whatnot.
yeah, it's all that.
Okay,
It's really escape. It's
okay,
really an escape. It's not reality, but it's also they have so many topics that you're never bored. There's something that you will like and something for everybody. And if there's actually a study that that it provides good mental health watching K drama.
who did that study?
By a psychiatrist, and now she's famous. Her handle is Nuna Snoochie, and she applies K dramas to mental health issues and how it helps mental health issues. I don't know.
Sure. No, it's
But for me, it
you can
helped
trust.
me.
Yeah. The only one that my wife and I started and we never got very far in was, and I don't even know if it's considered a K drama or not, but the one with the whale lawyer, the lawyer.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it's called, but the one where
Attorney Wu.
yep, and she likes
Yeah.
whale song
Yeah.
or
He likes.
that's as close as we got to that.
Right.
And it's a matter of just I don't even remember how many episodes we got in, but we get too distracted by too many shows at this point, and so it's all over the place.
What were you watching now? What are you watching now? That's not
We just finished that.
The Man and
The Man on the Inside. We're in the middle of second season of the Detroiters, and then there's another one that my wife wanted to start that we saw the other night. Shoot, what was it? I don't remember what it was. The problem is we have a lot of them where we like watch a season.
Yeah.
And that season, we get through one season, then we need a little break, and we try something else. Then we want to go back to the second season of something, and we don't quite get there. And so it's there's a lot of like half finished shows or a season's worth done, but there's like 5 seasons. There's a lot of those.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I can't remember what the one was that we wanted to start watching, but there's one that I really want to watch at some point, and I don't even know if it's good or not, but there was a thing that was on Apple TV called The Silo.
Yeah. I haven't seen that one, but I thought.
Yeah, we like a lot of like sci-fi and those kinds of not necessarily fantasy, but like sci-fi, weird, like really creepy, but like X-File kind of like mysterious, those kinds of shows. And then there's stuff like Only Murders in the Building,
right,
and things of that sort that we really love.
Yeah, we watched that one too. That was a good series.
Yeah, even with the man on the inside, when it started to wrap up and I was like, oh, this is coming to the end of the season, my first thought is like, okay, how are they going to make this something they can do more than one season with? Because I don't want to give anything away, but like every show like that, they want to wrap up something in a season, but then how do they make it viable to continue into the next year? Or, like there always has to be something. Like Only Murders in the Buildings, it's multiple murders or one murder at least per season.
Yeah.
And so like, how are they going to wrap this one up? And I was like, it's one of those countdowns where they're in the last minutes of the show and you're like, okay, when's it going to drop? What's going to happen? What else kind of stuff are you ingesting besides
besides K-dramas? I don't know. It's K-dramas is like, it's 90% of it is K-dramas. It's really a problem.
Now,
it's really a problem because sometimes I respond in Korean and I don't know Korean, but yeah, I would say why.
Is it just you watching it?
It's just me watching it. But like I said, a bunch of my friends from elementary and high school, we talk about it together in our chat and we say, oh, okay, what are you watching? Because we bonded. It's a bonding thing. Watching K-dramas.
Are you a like drama person in general, or is it that type of like, would you watch an American soap opera, or is it
no
specifically?
It's just K-dramas. I don't know why it is. Like I haven't ventured into C-dramas or Chinese dramas or Japanese.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what is it about? There's got to be something. I'm not saying you have to answer this tonight. But there's got to be like there's so many options out there for like content that's in that same vein. That there's got to be something that's like, oh, this is the reason why. And maybe it's the video, maybe it's the storytelling, maybe it's they're all boats, and that's the show that has the hunks and the babes.
True. I'm not denying anything. There's a big part of it, but they all have that, right? And that's the thing is like, why that? Oh, but they all have that part of it. It's not reality. It's really like you don't really see them in real life. Like people say when you go to Korea, like they're not there just walking around. But what is it? I don't know. It is like the variety of, I guess, the subject matter.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you to out yourself here in a question. Who is the hunk? Who's the?
So many is the right answer.
Okay, you got a name.
Okay, I'm gonna start.
Later and
I'm gonna get in trouble with who I don't know. But my husband even knows that. Oh gosh, I had him buy a standee that's like real life size of this guy that like it was the first K-drama that I watched, and that was my gateway drug. It's called Crash Landing on You. So for anybody else watching, type in and say what else is your K-drama gateway drug. But Crash Landing on You, and it's Hyun Bin. So that's my first K-love.
If I knew who that was, I would give you
check it out.
Yeah. I'm gonna follow that Instagram and look at all those hot pics.
Hot pics, yeah. They're called oppas, but you only call them oppas if they're older than you. But I'm so old. I am considered what they call ajuma, or like an old lady in the dramas. That is me. I am an ajuma.
Ancient.
Yes. Ancient.
I don't understand how you are like upright. You got to be hunched over at this point, and just a waste of space.
Exactly, a waste of breathing oxygen space.
Do you now? Like my wife got into. Well, not got into. I know when she was younger, and she's upstairs. She can hear me now. But there was something about like watching them with her mom or her grandmother or something. So there was a got to it when she was young because that's what was being presented. Was this something that you always kind of like? At what age did you jump into these? This is when you remember how I said at the beginning I'm going to ask those hard hitting questions and I was going to make you nervous.
This is it.
This is it. This
is that dang, I was not prepared for this.
You didn't know we were going to dive deep into K-dramas.
No.
So, yeah, no, we're going deep for this one. Okay.
Actually, you know what? I was thinking about it. It's probably a lot like the Filipino dramas that I watched because my parents were watching it, or the people in the house are watching it.
Yeah.
We also had something like that. But the thing with these dramas is they're usually 8. The K dramas are 8 episodes, 16 episodes. It ends, right? And maybe there's a season. But in the Philippine dramas, we were watching this show from I was 4 years old to I don't know until I was in high school, and the person never found her father, or it was like one of those that it never grew, or it never ended.
Soap operas were like, yeah, they've been going for like 40 years.
Right.
Yeah, it's like the changes the way that you interact with it because it's been going for that long.
Yes, exactly. And they all grew up and everything, and it's still the same theme it's the same theme, same thing. But in K-dramas, it's like different themes.
So now, you said your husband has not? Wait, he's not watching these with you?
He's not watching, but he is aware how obsessed I am.
Okay. So you admitted your vice here. The thing that no one should ever admit, that you're deeply infatuated with K-dramas. But now I'm going to give you the opportunity to tell us the thing that your husband is watching that is that he should be embarrassed about.
He's one kind of watching. His watching list is kind of the same theme. It's like action and everything that has who's the guy? Whoever is in Fast and Furious.
Oh, Vin Diesel?
All of them. All of the people in Fast and Furious. So if there's a movie or a show where they're in, that's his watch.
Okay.
But what we like together is like let's see, like mystery or detective. We like watching that kind of stuff together. Or like mystery. Like somebody died and now who did it?
Okay. Gotcha.
Something like that, yeah. So yeah.
Now, would he be embarrassed by you saying that?
No, he knows. He knows his faults and failures.
Just calling him out with that.
Yeah,
he knows where he went wrong.
He knows his shortcomings. Like, yeah, he's aware.
He knows. He realizes where the world will.
We would just not meet, and so we would meet in the middle if there is like a suspense murder mystery scene. Like, what was the last one? Like that Nicole Kidman one, I guess. It wasn't really good, but it's okay.
The Nicole Kidman one. I don't know what the Nicole Kidman one is.
On the beach and somebody died. I don't know. It was recent. Somebody pipe in if they know that one. It's
not old, right?
It's recent. It's like within the last 2 months.
Movie Old, because there's
no
with M. Night Shyamalan where it's on a beach.
Yeah, something like that too is something that we would be interested in.
And
the M. Night Shyamalan Servant, I think we watched fully on Apple TV.
Is there anything you could do to get your husband into K-drama?
Nothing.
Any way to convince him?
No, because he would not read the subtitles. He doesn't like movies with the subtitles.
Okay.
He does not like reading his movies.
All right. All right. I mean, valid. Some people don't want to have to do that because I know that on a
Yeah,
like especially for an action movie that
they're not.
that is a challenge because then all of a sudden you're paying attention to the words and not the action in the back. You can't like disconnect the two.
Yeah.
But we're gonna.
Most-
What was the name of the guy that you said the name that you got to show him lips?
Hyun Bin, HYUNBIN. Bin.
You got to show him Hugh Bin and
I
say
made him buy the standee. I forced him to buy the standee for my birthday.
wait, where is the standee right now?
It's in my bedroom. I just standing there, waiting for me to wake up.
And haunting him for the rest of time. Your husband like waking up, seeing the competition.
Yeah. Holy smokes, he's there again. Yeah. That is crazy. No, I folded him up because the kids were also getting scared because I have him I move him around the house.
Yeah.
And I would move him in the living room. The kids will get scared because they think that somebody's there, you know. They forget. Yeah, they're 20 and 17.
Good. And they're scared of a stand-up?
Yeah, because they forgot that there is a standee.
Oh, okay.
And
they're not scared of the image or the thing. They're scared of just seeing something out of the corner of their eye.
Right. It's like the peripheral that, you know, oh my gosh, who's that? They would get caught off guard.
That's a different argument. I thought you were saying they were like scared of the of the image, like they gave him nightmares or something of the sort. I'm like,
aw, how could they? He's a beautiful human being. Why would they get mad at him?
I've been saying the same thing for years. I was like, Hooven is such a dreamboat that it's a pleasure on the eyes to look at him.
Correct.
And it's like going to the candy shop and you get to see that sweet every day. I don't know why I'm going so deep on this dumb joke.
Bananas.
Yeah.
Clearly, you've gone bananas.
So tell me, okay, we're gonna go off K-dramas for a minute, just for a minute. Someone says, oh, my wife says, is it Big Little Lies? Wait, what?
Yeah, Big Little Lies. Oh, that was a good one. I watched that by myself. Big Little Lies was a good one, but there was another one where it was another one. They were at the beach or like at their family vacation house, and they're in Hampshire. Like
I don't know.
I don't know.
I feel like you're talking.
But Big Little Lies is really good with Nicole Kidman, and that is with Nicole Kidman.
I'll do some research after this, and I'll find all the ones that you were wrong on, and later and say, hey, these are the ones you meant. Tell me a little bit, like when you're working, because there's those weirdos, and I say weirdos without any question. There's those weirdos that
you know who you are.
Yeah, that can watch something while they work.
Yes, and I can watch something while I work, but it's very challenging when you're watching a K-drama because of the subtitles that you have to look at while you work. But I've watched so many that I could actually look away and figure out what they're saying because I've heard it many, many times. Well, right?
Do you speak?
No, I don't. I just learn to pick up terminology here and there. I know when they're cursing. I know what they're saying in general. Yeah, so I could. It's a skill I've picked up.
Tone of voice or something like that. Right.
Tone of voice, yeah, and the actual words are kind of repeated all the time. Like,
okay.
Like, how are you? And are you okay? Or something delicious? Or
something delicious.
Yeah. That's what they're eating.
Oh, okay.
That's the one thing in K-dramas, they're always featuring a food. So a side effect of watching K-dramas is you end up liking or trying
A lot of the
Korean
foods.
food. Yes, and it's very centric to the story. Like they always feature food, and I think it's a good way. They really are smart in the way that it's like promoting every part of Korea, I guess. So they feature the scenes and it makes the people want to go and visit those exact locations.
Yeah.
And then the food, people on TikTok I see are now making all that food that I see in the K-dramas that,
I forget. I want to say it was Conan O'Brien or somebody who did for one of the shows back in the day, did a trip to Korea and got a little guest spot on a K-drama. I think it was him. And they had, I remember there's something about like a brick box on it, and like there was I don't remember exactly what the setup was for it, but I just remember that some show like that had somebody go over there. But
yeah.
Okay, outside of that stuff, I said we were shifting off. Now we're going to shift off.
Okay, I'll go back to art and writing.
Yeah. Okay, so Humbo, no, what's his name? I was going to make a joke that we were going back to it real quick. Okay, going back to writing, going back to art. Are there types of art, like right now you're working digitally and that's sort of your realm. But I imagine when you were in school, there were lots of things that you tried and things that you did with other mediums or other approaches. Are there things now that you've sort of been in this industry that you're like, oh, it'd be fun to try that? Not necessarily that it's not digital, but just the idea of like some different approach or, a storytelling device or some interesting sort of technique that you have not had a chance to try or, would like to go back to or test out in some way.
Yeah, I think I also want to go back to this watercolor, and it didn't work out today. I want to go back to watercolor and colored pencil. So I guess I'm out of practice. But I remember, well, now it came back to me that I have to wait between drying times to move to the next piece. And I guess, the big difference with digital is that, you could just go over it and do the watercolor. Yeah.
I mean, depending on if you're working watercolor, there's other mediums and stuff that dry potentially faster, but yeah, there's not an immediacy and there's no rewind and there's no like color correcting.
There's no erase. Yeah.
Yeah, there's things that are inherently different, but I always challenge people to say, like, it will force your hand to think differently in a way that digital first came in. Everybody's saying like, oh, it's never going to be the same. And it's I don't think, but once you start working digitally, there's so many people that like, oh, I'm working digitally solely because it speeds up my process or it does all these different things. Someone says you can use a heat gun. I have right next to me a handy dandy. This is my high-tech device. It's a Conair 1875. I have no idea why it's that number. Hair dryer. Just for that sole purpose. I'm not doing my hair in my studio.
Yeah.
I don't do. Yeah. It's beautiful as is.
You wake up beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, tell me about
it.
Tell me about it.
Exactly.
I walk by Sephora in the mall and they go, don't even stop in here. You don't need it, sir.
No.
Keep going.
Exactly.
They're always
That's
saying
skincare.
Yeah.
Tough to be you, Mark.
They're always looking at me going, sir, we were saving you a spot, but now that we've seen you in person, there's nothing we could do to make you better. It's
you cannot improve perfection.
Yeah. The amount of like ego and arrogance that I portray on this that is not actually there and in real life. Like I'm sarcastic like that with students all the time, but I know it's not true of any sort. But when I'm on these Instagrams, I if someone doesn't understand sarcasm, they're gonna think that I'm an absolute jerk all the time.
Oh,
Uh,
I think they get it.
let's hope. Let's hope.
Yeah, me too.
um,
To this because it's so fun. Just to and I admit that I when I listen to your lives that it was actually good because I would work. Or many times it was my company. You're my company while I work and finish
aw,
the deadline. Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
And
I'm sorry that you had to listen to this nonsense to do your
no,
work.
sorry. That's
Yeah,
good.
I
It kept the time, it was flying. The time was flying.
it's funny because I've had people say that to me as well, like the idea that um, that they don't actually like look at what we're even making; they just listen,
Yeah, because they're
which is
working also.
even more fascinating to me because, like, I can't imagine listening to me as because the guests come in, and I understand that, but with the guests, you have to deal with me at the same time. It's not always an easy like you can't turn me off in these situations. Okay, let's jump ship here.
Segue.
Let's go about books in general and research how much like we all have our influences. We all have people that we love. Who are the artists that you're looking at? Who are and in particular, if you have any folks that are not in the realm of kidlit or are adjacent or are things that we wouldn't expect, out of left field. Do you have those kind of names and things that you can relay?
Oh, well, for the longest when I joined that group, Illustrador ng Kabataan, there was one person there whose style and like whole persona I admired. But he recently passed away. His name is Robert Alejandro, and I never got to really like talk to him or see him during our meetings. But he was one of the founders of Illustrador ng Kabataan, and his influence and just his whole. He was such a giving person. Like he taught kids for free and taught kids art, and he even would just a wide array of skills because he's into graphic design, and he also did fashion and travel blogs, so his style is varied.
Yeah.
And he's also so very kind, just like if a lot of people in his uh in the memories sharing their experience with him, is like his joy encapsulated too. It's like that kind of person. And there's really nothing like I wish I knew him for real. So Robert Alejandro, a Filipino illustrator, who illustrated one of it's a simple book called The Unicorn, written by Mariviso Oliven Blanco, who I recently just met, and we talked about Robert for a little bit because they've been friends for a long time. And I met her at the San Francisco Film Book Festival, which is Filipino book creators.
Yeah.
And I mean, she must have been so heartbroken because she knew Robert all the time. So him, from the Philippines, and then for many years too, I admired Isabel Rojas, who was also from that same group, but she's started many years already. When I got here, she was already very well established as a children's book illustrator back home and here in the U.S.
Okay.
She illustrated a lot of. She illustrated Erin Antrada Kelly's cover for Hello Universe, which won the Newbery, and then I think she did a couple books with Minlay. Um, Let Me Finish is what it's called. And then now she has a book out called Leo's First Vote. So she does also like what you do, I think, like paper cutouts.
Okay.
And she has a graphic novel. So she's done a variety of picture books and her own graphic novel that she illustrates. And she's still also active in the Philippine scene. Like I think she's published a lot of books from then and currently that are by Philippine publishers.
I like the term the Philippine scene.
Yeah.
Nice. It's a nice ring to that one.
Philippine scene.
Are there artists in particular that you look at and you go like, how do they do what they do? Like people that sort of you on a regular basis. And obviously like some of the people that you mentioned clearly are doing that.
Yeah.
But I also know that like people that you, or at least in my case, people that I follow, oftentimes I have a core understanding because I'm trying to play in that same world. But then every once in a while I run into someone where I'm like, I just don't get it. They're so smart, or they're thinking on a whole different level.
Definitely. Nina Mata is definitely one of them. And I look at her art and it's like, how does she do that? It's magic. It's sorcery. Lenny Wen. I would buy every book of Lenny Wen's. And right now I'm in Lian Cho. I love Lian Cho's humorous art for O Olive and Pig Party and everything that she does seems so funny.
I want to is Pig Party isn't out yet? Is that right?
It's not out yet, but she would share the art on her Instagram page, and I just look at it like, wow, how did she draw so many pigs?
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting. So... I'm waiting for that to come out so I can get that one, because that one looks like it's super fun. Like just the idea of a whole book that's built around like drawing that many pigs to me is hilarious, and I can't wait for it. Are there authors that you would want to collaborate with?
Yes. So, well, I don't know how, unless Erin and Prada Kelly does a picture book, I guess. So, upcoming, one of my dream authors, Minlay is one, and we're working on a book together.
Oh,
yeah, and that will be out 2026. Yeah, that no pressure, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
Is that something that, like, when the offer came in, it was, hey, I'm doing this without question?
I was like, was Dance not available?
I think,
and maybe 5 other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely like, what is this dream happening? What is this? What is even happening?
Yeah.
You know, there are times that I have to think about, this is not real. Somebody pinch me, but not pinch me so hard that I wake up.
They're not choosing you because you're cheaper, and they're choosing you because you have quality work. I mean, it's also because it's cheap, but it's it's
let's face it, right?
It's like the book that I did with Dave Eggers. Like when I saw that name, like what? And like, okay, yeah, what is it? I'll do it. And there's negotiation and things of the sort. Like you back up and go, okay, wait a second, let me think this through. But it is one of those, seeing a name that you know from other instances, or has some clout to it, can be very interesting in a situation like that.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, it's amazing that you work with people that you're a fan of, that I never even thought about working with them. It's really a pipe dream, I guess. Like, oh, it would be nice. But then there are things that you say, people say put it out in the universe. So okay, that's one of those things
Yep.
that you gotta put it out there, I guess.
No,
Speaking of putting,
the idea of like, yeah, not, don't assume that it's not feasible to like reach out, and it's definitely not going to happen if you don't try. It's what's
right, if you say
that, you miss all the shots that you don't take, or whatever. Is
exactly.
that sentiment, or I don't know, it's some sports thing that I don't quite understand. I think it's basketball. So tell me a little bit about the Kidlit community, because one of the things that I'm a huge
Mhm.
fan of is how welcoming the Kidlit community is, and the idea of like how people in this industry are very giving, and tend to not be gatekeepers of information, and are willing to help out people who have, like you mentioned, like people who have agents, or get an agent sometimes are, obviously like they get busy, but that's different than saying, hey, I don't want to help you now that I'm
Mhm.
on the way. And so what was your experience like just jumping into the world with that? And have you had a chance to sort of mentor a younger or a newer, a greener, let's put it that way, person in the Kidlit world?
So first, the community, right? You're right. It is very welcoming, and we're always in different stages of our journey. So it is it's like you just follow people that you really like, right? And then it's amazing how you've seen, and some people that you've seen just put things out on social media, and they probably have little following, and then you keep admiring their work, and for sure that it's just a matter of time. So like somebody's encouraging me who's already established is a big deal, because you doubt yourself, right? So
Yeah.
I if I admire someone's work, like I look at it and I say, like, it's caught my attention that this is really nice. Like, I'll just put a comment in there, and it probably is the one comment, because I've had many too that were said to me that, this is really good. You should work on this more, or like turn it into a story or something like that. It's very encouraging when people from from the same industry would notice that and say something about it. It takes 2 seconds probably to say something, but it probably is something that
It lives in
would propel them to keep
hours.
creating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It takes 2 seconds and years to forget. I'm trying like,
Right.
but
Right.
yeah. No,
Like,
yeah, the mentor thing, or the idea of like giving back to a community that has been so helpful. Is there, like, I ask this to some folks because I do live in this world of teaching, and I always think it's really important that sort of throw out the names of people that were helpful in your education, or even in the aspect of mentorship. Who are the people that got you where you are in some shape or form? Are there folks that you can like go back and go like, oh, that's definitely the person that did that for you?
yeah. So I was mentored for one of my stories by Abi Alwar, who did Super Pancake. It's a really great graphic novel.
Okay.
And so that was really helpful. Although it was a different story, but it made me focus on the things that I really should focus on about that story, because I guess I really do need a lot more help with the story. So she pointed out things that I could focus on regarding that one that I'm trying to to work on still, right? And quite not a mentor for me, but the person that always, whenever when I first saw her, her name is Vanessa Brantley Newton, and she is many years ago she went to New Jersey and spoke, and there was not one dry eye in the room after she spoke, because she sang and she told her personal story of her struggles and being in like people being racist and and not believing in her and putting her down. So stories like that, those are very inspiring to me, and she made me realize that when I was starting and it was a conference, right, I would just draw fair skinned kids because that's what I thought would sell. And coming from the Philippines, we had an idea that the celebrities were all fair skinned.
Yeah.
The comics that I read drawn by Filipinos were all fair skinned, like brown skin. And when I listened to Vanessa Brantley Newton, she talked about her stories. It was like a light bulb moment for me that said, wait, all this time I've been drawing and I haven't done a Filipino looking character.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Someone else.
Like I've been brainwashed or something. Yeah. So that speech, and I admire her work. Her work is beautiful. She's a beautiful human being again. Also, like, just the whole personality is just so very giving, so very humble, and yeah, seeing her was inspirational. So
Go ahead.
so many people are like that, and not also not an individual, but the Quayle conference. It's held in New York every year, and it's a conference for that encourages diversity.
Okay.
So all the stories are from diverse creators. So that focus also made me want to do more of something that's from my culture. But whereas before, like I would never think of doing that because it's probably not what would sell. Like the thought of it's gonna be alienating for my readers because they don't know. But
so let me ask you. We're gonna go from like we were goofing around about K-dramas, and now we're gonna jump into this. And part of this is I understand that I live a fairly privileged lifestyle, being who I am, and my upbringing and the cultural sort of bias that leans towards white cisgendered males. But I want to find out more just for my own knowledge, in the sense of like, and if this is too much, please tell me, and don't hesitate to say, shut up, Mark, let's talk about something fun. But the idea of like you saying that you didn't fathom that there were people out there that would be interested in it, or that you had to write for a certain audience, essentially like is very sad and worrying in a way, and challenging. Like I have to be sympathetic because I have not been through that experience, but to me that is so yeah, I don't know, like sad is the only word that's coming to mind right now. But was there something in your upbringing that made that, like, was it just the resources that you saw that gave that impression? Was it stuff in the market that you actually were seeing or hearing, or was it just a perceived notion that came out of nowhere, or was a self-imposed thing?
Well, it was growing up. Really, it's like a common experience back then on my time that there weren't that many books with main characters as Filipinos. So it was a big deal if we see a character in the television show that's in America that is Filipino, even if it's just an extra character, just on the side. So it's a big deal. And growing up like that with that mentality that you could not make a main character be Filipino, it's kind of really sad. Like you said, it's really sad. We're always craving, and that's why Filipino readers would come to me and say like they cry because they grew up with the same experience that they never saw anybody that looked like them. They never saw characters that look like for me even I would read the comics, and it's like a teleserie on comics. It's always love story. There's always like a rich person and a poor person, and those characters that were drawn, they look nothing like Filipinos, right? They were all Caucasian looking. So it was very I feel like there's still a need. There's not a lot here, but I love that the scene in the Philippines of children's books, they're publishing so many books, and so many books there that probably a lot of editors would say, oh, that doesn't make money, but really there is a need for that, like even more new ones.
Here's another question, and this is, and I know this is like, I already know the answer to this somewhat, but I know that there's a push within the industry to have representation and to have diverse characters and to aim towards that. And clearly it's not like there's like this threshold, like we did it, guys, we put out books that have one person that was of a different background. But do you think it's gotten better?
It's gotten better that I think it's gotten better, but there is
your voice
also,
and I don't mean to be cheesy in here, but your voice is out there, so clearly there is moving in the right direction.
Yeah, it's moving in the right direction, but also there's some pushback. Sometimes that they say, "Oh, we already have a Filipino artist," or "We already have a Filipino illustrator." Okay. So but even back then, I was looking to be represented. It was like, oh, we already had somebody similar, or like not even. It would just cater to the same people.
You fall into the trap then at that point of it's sort of like saying, well, she's a woman surgeon, and it's like, why do you have to add woman in front of it and not to say she's a surgeon? And like in the same way of like, we're still at a point where if people are saying we already have a Filipino illustrator, then it already has caused the problem, or it already is a problem because it's still taking that term and using that as a device to prove or to get credit in a way. This is like a really dark, or not dark, but like a really dense conversation. We don't have to go into it at all if it's too much. It's one of those things where it's like, I always worry about that representation, and there's times where like I have questioned book projects or things that I'm writing and who's right for those projects, and is it really my story to tell on things? And I think that's, in some cases it doesn't really matter, but I also think that's a good question to ask in a lot of books, of like, before you sit down and say this is the thing I'm writing, is to actually ask that question of, and this is why I should be writing it, as the sort of statement or what have you.
Definitely, that's a good question to ask. Like, is it for me to tell?
Yeah.
And for me to illustrate, there are other people who would be representing this a lot better than I would.
I know there's like, in some sense, it's everything moving in the right direction is great, but also, want to make sure that you're not the. I'm trying to look for like metaphors as I say this, and so it's like going to come out super cheesy. But you are not the one steering the direction. You're helping push, and or at least in my case, like I'm not the one trying to steer the conversation. I'm the one there to help push and make sure that the conversation continues towards these things. But okay, that's enough serious talk for a moment. Let's move back to fun times. And that's
fun times.
Fun, like for some people that is a fun conversation. For me, it's too dense for a night like this for people tuning in. You go like, oh man, I'm thinking about the world, and like I just needed to relax for the night. So
right.
let's chat. I'm going to ask you some weird questions, some questions meant to provoke and prod. And you can say yay, you can say nay. But this is a question I asked the other day. We had this lovely showcase at school wherein all the sophomores put up their work. They worked, the class I was teaching, they all worked on a project for the entirety of the semester, a single project. And it could be multiple pieces and things of the sort. And we had the showcase the other night where they had all their work up, and all the folks in the at the school came out to look at the work and whatnot. And we were standing around, and one of the questions I started asking people just for fun is, you have 2 feet. One of your feet is more festive than the other. One's the partier, one's the dud, one's the exciting one, one's the Scrooge. One of your feet is the festive foot.
My festive foot is the left for some reason. I don't know why. It feels like
now,
it knows how to party.
Are you left-footed? Like, are you? Wait, what?
Well, left-footed.
Like,
I know you're left-handed, but what is left-footed?
Well, like I would kick a ball with my right foot.
Ah, okay, I got you. All right, I would kick a ball with my right foot.
Are you? So wait, I'm sorry. You're a right-footed person?
Yeah, I'm a right-footed person. So maybe because it has so many tasks already that the left one would just be the one. Hey, party time.
Now, I'm gonna go the next level deeper. On that foot are 5 toes. One of those toes is more of a party person than the rest of the toes. Which toe? This is the hard part of the conversation again.
Which toe? It's the pinky.
Why is it the pinky toe?
The little one's always trouble. The little one is always the troublemaker.
Okay, wait a second. Did you have siblings?
I have one older sibling. Okay. I guess I'm the troublemaker.
Yeah, that's my question. Let's do the math on this real quick and find out.
Subconsciously outed myself too.
What we're dealing with. Are you the troublemaker, or is it? Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. I've seen it.
And now, which is the dud toe? Which is the toe that is not the troublemaker? Is the one that like no one wants to hang out with?
The one next to the pinky.
the ring finger toe.
Yeah, the ring finger toe does nothing.
Does nothing.
Does nothing. It's just there, existing.
Pathetic.
I know.
It's
just
riding
like
on the coattails of all the other toes.
Is looking at the pinky toe and saying, "Wow, you are trouble," but does nothing.
Yeah, always like, you're getting in my face, pinky toe. I can't believe
I know.
It. Yeah, you gotta give me some room here.
Exactly.
Okay, now the next question I ask students, and this one has like the easy answer, but I don't think it's always the right answer, but it really depends on the person. You have 5 little fingies there on your hand. One of those fingies is an angry fingy. Doesn't get along with everybody. Now, the obvious answer is the middle finger because
yeah,
love
yeah.
with the middle finger. But I also think that's the easy out. So, looking at your own hand, take a second and tell us on each hand which is your angry finger.
This one.
I can't. There's a delay, so I have to wait a second.
Oh, it's my pointy finger.
Why is that one your angry finger?
It's always accusing people of things like, "Yo, it's your problem."
Is this?
Pointy.
Has your husband
It's always pointing.
seen this finger too many times?
Yes.
Coming
It's like,
his way?
exactly. It's actually his phrase now is like, "What did I do wrong?" Right?
Don't
What
cry.
else did I do wrong?
Next finger. It's scary
Yep.
now. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
These are questions you never knew you were going to have to answer tonight. I know.
What I'm curious what other people are thinking. They're also thinking of the questions you're asking me,
Okay, yeah,
right?
let's there's people watching right now. So what we need
Like,
is you need to give me again the festive foot, the festive finger, and then the angry finger. No, I'm sorry, the festive foot, the festive toe, and then the angry finger. It's not often I can
yeah.
say that out as a request. You got to give me that. You got to give me that.
So yeah. What else is there?
Oh, okay.
Festive foot is left foot for me. Festive toe is the pinky, and festive angry finger is my pointy finger.
Yeah. See, like I got right foot for party foot. I got
Oh,
big toe for the festive toe or the party toe. And
I can see that.
the angry finger for me is probably the ring finger. And the reason why is when I try to like bring my fingers in, I can bring in my pointer finger, I can bring in my middle finger, but it's that like ring finger that tries to like do it. It just can't help but like join the others. And so he's angry that he can't be involved. And so if I bring my middle finger in, my ring finger follows. If I bring my pinky in, my ring finger follows. And to me, it's like he's angry because he's not part of the crowd. And so, these are the questions for anybody that's watching and is going, what the hell just happened? These are the questions that you talk about. You've had a long day illustrating or a long day working, and you've given up on any sense of sanity. My wife has said, I love that Lynnor is totally game to answer your weird questions, and yet she has not answered the questions herself, and she should.
I have not.
No, you have. My wife hasn't. She should be putting her festives and her angers, but she doesn't do it. I mean, I know which festive or which one of her feet are the festive feet. But
what do you think?
I'm not going to tell her because she has to come to that on her own terms.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. You don't want to sway her anyway.
No, I think it's about self-discovery, and
it is.
You
really learn a lot from somebody.
Yeah, she needs to find herself in the process. Okay, we've gained a couple of people.
Yeah.
My wife. Yeah. No, yeah, we lost people. Now they're coming back. Now that we're wrapping. She says I'm not currently paying close attention because she's doing her Duolingo.
Okay. Is she on a streak?
Yeah, I forget. Lauren, what's your streak on Duolingo? It's a long streak. It's years.
And what language?
Spanish.
Muy bien.
Ooh, show off.
No, my husband is Puerto Riqueño. He is Boricua. But he is born and raised in New York.
Ooh, there we go. My wife says 1,168 days. That's
wow. So how's your Spanish? She could converse then, right?
I mean, I don't know about that, but she's definitely better than I ever was, and I took 2 years of it in high school.
Can you go and barter at a market?
Is that
with her
the,
skill.
like standard berrr? As
I
if
get
you've,
like you could, yeah,
you've been,
negotiate.
I have a feeling that she could probably do it with a lot of effort. I know that like listening to it in an app is very different than just like pure conversational. People are going at full speed. And
Yeah,
if she says it's not very good, I can't do past tense very well. I've never been good at the language. How many? Because
you know,
you were talking about like watching the K dramas, and obviously like there is some level of having to somewhat pick up on some of the cues in the language there to
mhm.
register it. But that doesn't mean that you're fluent of any sort. But how many languages can you tackle at this point?
Well, I know fluently just three: English, Filipino, and my mom's dialect, which is another language. It's called Ilonggo or Hiligaynon. Yeah, it's another language. Really different structure, really different words. So in the Philippines, you have many languages,
Yeah.
as many islands there are. So
Yeah.
my mom comes from this part of the country that speaks another language,
Like,
and I learned it just from listening to them. Was
aren't
that?
there like thousands of islands or something like that?
Yeah, there's over 7,000 islands.
That's
So, but
crazy.
um, yeah, it's crazy. They like even within her own part of the country and island, she that part is called Visayas, and she speaks Ilonggo. So in that too, they have different kinds of Bisaya. So there are languages there that I could not understand, even though we're all Visaya island. You know?
Interesting. Is
Yeah.
there is it stuff that you what was I want to say? Is it a tonal language?
A tonal language.
Like the kind where like if you add tone to it, like go up,
Mm,
or like the way
yeah.
you say a word can mean different things?
It like the tone, the meaning changes based on the
Yeah.
tone. No, but in the nature of it is just very sing-songy. So it's like like that, like, and it sounds very sweet. So people assume that if you're from that island or from that part of the country that you are sweet. And there are languages that because of the way it's abrupt that they sound mean. They sound like they're always angry all the time, right? So there's languages like that in the Philippines that like, if you're from this part of the country, is like, oh, she's always angry. It's just so mean. But then for my mom's part of the country, like, oh, they're all sweet people. So they generalize us as being sweet people because of the language.
Because of
And I think
yeah,
that,
because of
yeah,
it. Can you give an example of like the sweet?
the sweet sound. So I
You
would
don't have.
say,
I don't want to put you on the spot if you don't.
uh, so I could say something mean and it would probably still sound sweet, but it would be like, "Hi, about gid, you are." No, so I mixed it up. Ay, about gid, san ugid kita kita kalain sang kalain sang uh kalain sang ugali mo or something like
Yeah.
that. Where I said, um oh my gosh, when did we last see each other? You have such a bad attitude, you know? But probably sounded like, oh, you're so
Yeah.
nice, or something like that. Like if you didn't know the words, like it's like, oh, you're so nice, I miss you, or something. It sounds so sweet, but I kind of probably cursed you out
Yeah.
already.
Instead,
You know,
you're trashing me and you're telling me that
you're
I'm
done.
the worst person in the world. I love it. I
Yeah.
love it.
Oh yeah. Right.
I wish
So
I wish I had the capability of like, and I know people like say you just got to practice and blah 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 blah. I can't hear my own dialect issues in my own speech. and there's no way I'm going to be able to pick up some of the cues that are out there for some of the other, like, I can't, because of the Midwest accent, I can't hear certain vowels the same, or they all blur together, and it hard for me to pick up on, or to be able to say certain words. Let's put it that way. I can hear it, but like,
we're in the Midwest.
I grew up in Minnesota.
Mm.
Uh-oh.
Are you? No. Where are you still? Are you still in Minnesota? Are you?
Oh no, we're in New Hampshire.
I'm in New Hampshire.
I'm in a better part of the country. No, I don't know if that's
I was gonna say that's where that drama was with Nicole Kidman in New Hampshire. I think
was it?
It's where like the affluent area.
It was probably some Dunkin' Donuts thing related. No, it's just one of those deals where like I can't say PEN and PIN. They sound the same to me. And so like there's times where like I did a Domestica course, and one of the things I can't say properly, or at least everybody teases me about, is DRAGON, dragon. That's how I say it instead of dragon, I think is how I'm supposed to.
Dragon. So how do you say
Dragon?
Dragon?
Yeah.
Oh.
And so I get teased about that one a lot, and it's fine. I don't really care that I get teased, but it's one of those things wherein I did this Domestica course, and stupid me decided to do a dragon for the image. I had to say it over and over through the whole thing. And like, it's sort of like, let me find this thing that I know I'm not very good at, and then emphasize it through this whole process. And it was really dumb. But no one's written on the comment boards on that like, wow, you really talk funny, mister. So I think I'm okay, but are there things, because what age did you come over to the States?
I was an adult already, 22 when I moved here. So we spoke English back home, and the course of instruction in schools is in English.
Yeah, so it wasn't a big.
Yeah, but there are things that we just would know how to spell, but we don't know how to pronounce. Like for me, I didn't know how to pronounce. Like for example, the common way to pronounce this word in the Philippines is uncomfortable.
Oh.
It's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Right? But I only learn it because I hear it from somebody speaking here, or on television, but I'm sure in the Philippines we say uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Or intestines. Yeah.
What was that last one?
Intestines, which is intestines, right? It sounds like you can't even figure it out because it sounds so different. Intestines.
It's like the emphasis is being put on a syllable that isn't what we.
You put the emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Yeah. There you go. That's like my mother uses. I don't know if it's the same down in Jersey for you, but we say like I'm traveling on route blah 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 blah, or route.
Route.
Wait, is that right? I forget which one's which now. I thought about
route. I think, but route is probably more what American English. I don't know.
Well, here's a better one. I say you got to go measure that thing, and my mother says measure, and it's a Midwest thing from where she sort of stayed.
I love that.
There, and so like when I moved out to the East Coast, there was a lot of like learning. I called soda pop.
Yes.
That took a while to get used to that it's not pop, it's soda, and now it's soda. Then I would never say pop. That's crazy. Only crazy people call it pop. But I've learned my lesson on some of the language challenges, and clearly it's not the same as coming from another country and having to pick up on the different like uses or vocabulary shifts like that. But it is being a little Midwest baby does change my my perception Um, so what's the art scene like down where you are? Down in Jersey?
Where in Jersey?
Yeah. In,
The art scene?
yeah, like the
It's
equivalent of.
so close to New York, I think.
So people travel there instead?
Yeah, people would travel to New York to go see museums, but there are local ones that I've seen. I usually go. There are neighborhoods in. It's called Summit, and they have this yearly Summit public art. They take people on the tour, and they commission art, sculpture, painting that's displayed all over their town. It's a great thing to bring in outside people to see your town, and you walk around town like that, and it's a variety of artists. So there are towns that are more um
Artsy.
supportive of art, yeah, so artsy, but
And then
uh,
are you
um
participatory in that? Do you do things that like engage in that?
no,
Okay.
I'm just you know admirer, like it's just, and it's like 3D art, or uh yeah, people that they commission to do art. I'm not there yet.
Okay, gotcha. Is there museums or like galleries in the area, or is it like in my area where I live, there is not a huge plethora of art scene. Now there may be someone like out there listening and going like, "How dare you? This is the
Yeah,
most artistic,"
you don't go out.
but I have to travel to get to that. And I'm wondering, but there are like there's not galleries in the town I'm in. It's a very commercial district. But I'm wondering, even in the town that you're in, are there resources that are maybe on a smaller scale for those that don't want to travel into the city or don't want to make that haul?
I'm just thinking. I also I live in this small town called Roselle Park, and they have Roselle Park Loves Arts every year, which is more like a arts and crafts thing, not really a
Yeah.
museum area. They have a local museum. It's really more local scene, local crafters and artists. Um, Not much, I would say. I also don't. Yeah, I still have so much to see, even in New York. Uh, I haven't been to the Society of Illustrators. If anybody wants to go, and
Well, I'm coming down on the
when?
market for it, and I don't get down to New York often at all,
Mhm.
really. So
You're gonna beat me seeing it.
they have one of the society shows is happening then, and
Ooh.
I am going to attend and show my face outside of New England.
Oh, yay!
I know.
Yeah.
It's gonna either the whole town is gonna stop and stare in amazement or in a negative amazement because this old mug coming that way.
They're gonna stop in amazement and say, "Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, he came out of the Sephora store."
No, yeah. Good callback.
What?
Good call.
I pay attention.
I had totally forgotten about that.
I've listened.
No, I am not a big city fan. We lived, or at least I lived, in Cambridge area in Boston. It wasn't actually Cambridge, but it was the adjacent town. And so could hop on the train and get down to Boston relatively easily, and like understood that setup. And then I moved outside of there, and I just never wanted to go back. Like I just have no interest in city life. I want to be able to park, having to worry about
Oh my God.
park or how much it's going to cost. And so like having trees around and that kind of stuff is more important to me. So I going to New York is almost like scary at this point.
Yeah.
I'm anxious about like, okay, if I go down
Take
there,
it to Subway.
yeah, like I know I could survive on the subway, but like I still there's part of me that goes like, I don't know. I don't understand how the subway.
Right?
I mean, I don't want to go on the Boston subway, and it's nowhere near as complicated.
The BART. They call it the BART.
No,
What
we
do you
have
call
we call it the T,
What's it called? Oh.
and it's the MBTA. But I used to
MBTA.
travel it all the time, and now I'm like, I don't even want to be close to it. It's too taxing. And I think part of it, I don't know what it's like for you in Jersey there, but like one of the challenges in the Boston area is stuff is so irregular. The streets are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's like really tiny alleys, and we went there in the summer for vacation, and you gotta pay $50 a day to get your car parked in a hotel you're already staying in, right? So we're already staying somewhere, and you still have to pay
Yeah.
for parking.
It's just like it's that kind of stuff. It's the fact that like the streets were designed by cows and not by people.
Mm-hmm.
And for anybody to understand what we're talking or what I'm talking about, at least the idea is that when a lot of the roads in Boston were first formed, it was colonial times, and cows were moved through the streets and wore down these tracks, and those became the roads, and et cetera, et cetera. And all of a sudden you have these streets that like meander and go from one way to two ways to, all of a sudden they turn a corner out of nowhere. And like, that's I don't want to deal with it. But some people are like, it's the best place in the world. And I know New York is more of a what's it like in your area of Jersey? Are you out in the suburbs? Are you?
I'm in the suburbs, but close enough that I could walk to a train station, and that would take me to New York.
Yeah.
So I like this part. It would be easier for me to go to New York than to get to another town in New Jersey, because there's no train that goes there.
Yeah, there's
recently
no.
Recently I had to go to Bergenfield, I think, and I had to go into New York to go on a bus that would take me to back to New Jersey.
Yuck.
That was interesting.
Yuck.
It does not sound the tunnel. Yeah.
And the now you said you've never been into society Illustrators. Is that something that is in the plans or is in the works at any point?
To invite me, people. Yeah, I want to go.
Because you can go. You don't have to go for like the special events, and you can go visit.
Right. I think I want to go. Yeah, I want to go just to see the show see the show right there, and
the original.
Eventually, I guess. Yeah, the original art show.
That's there's a couple of shows that I've always wanted to see there, like that they have regularly, and it's a matter of just hunting down the time and having the patience to deal with said city. That's it makes it sound like such a scaredy cat, and I'm not, but I am at the same time. So, are you? How big? Like your parents? You said were up in New York somewhere, right?
Back then they're in New York, but now they're retired and they are back home in the Philippines.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they've been home since I don't know, like maybe since 2016, I think.
Okay.
So like they permanently live there now.
I was gonna say, did they like the New York area?
Where they were, when there was a blizzard that it was very challenging at that time that they first arrived. It's like, welcome to America, here's a blizzard.
Yeah, first time seeing stuff, saw a lot of it.
Yeah, it fell down so hard. It was like the big blizzard back in I don't know what year that was. And New York was also submerged in like in heavy snow.
Was that the
The
90s? Like,
no, it was like 2000. I
okay.
don't know, maybe 2004. I think.
Okay. I'm trying to think of like, because there was a time where I was in Providence. I remember everybody talking about, and just before I got there, everybody
Yeah,
like there was this huge storm that came through and
maybe
the world shut. Yeah, but
97.
I wasn't there. I can't verify what it actually was.
And now, yeah, and now it's rare to get that big snow in New York.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, that's sad.
Minnesota gets a lot still.
Yeah, Minnesota got. I mean, I don't even know. I have no idea what their snow intake or whatever you want to call it is at this point. I do know that like New Hampshire, we get more than some of the Boston area and whatnot, but I wouldn't say it's dramatically different, at least as far as where we are. But like Thanksgiving Day, we were supposed to go somewhere that was maybe about an hour north, and we got basically a drizzle of rain, and they got 5 inches of snow, and just, they lived in a location that got hit harder. So anyway, I don't know. We're talking weather now. This is like
like
yeah. Let's talk about
like I just
toes.
met you and we talk about the weather.
Yeah, let's talk about toes. Let's
Let's
talk
talk about back to toes or languages. I don't know. So how many languages can you speak?
What?
How many languages do you speak?
Do I speak? Barely one. Barely one.
And Mrs. Hoffy is Spanish and English.
Yeah, and she like I tried to when I did the Domestica course. We went over to Paris, and so I tried to pick up French, and I got through like I know a few words, and even when I was over there, I had an understanding of like a couple of the words that were being used outside of the basic hello and things of the sort. But yeah, I was not good. It's not a skill that I have is to pick up on language, and there's other things that are more important to me in my life, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna go back to art for a second. We're gonna talk about art. You are now in this world of Kidlit. You've had multiple books come out. You've done, picture books. You've done the early readers and things of the sort. 10 years down the line, where do you think you will be with Kidlit? Is there something that's like a specific goal that you would like to achieve within this industry in particular?
I think I like that mentoring part. I see that. I see more of maybe helping other people who to get started, or just by sharing what I went through, advice. Maybe I still would like to do art. Maybe a couple more books.
Well, of course.
That I wrote.
Lots of books. We want lots and lots of books.
And it's weird because 10 years is really, we already have projects that are, right, 2 years, 3 years away.
They're so far out in advance.
So 10 years may not render that many books because of how long things take.
What's interesting to me is like I have a book that I just finished, and I will not see that book for 2 years.
2 years
before it's on the shelves. And then I have another book that I'm sort of signing on to, and that one as well is so like, it's not to say that they're crazy long times, but it just, they feel so far apart that I feel like by the time that the book that I just am signing on to comes out, it's going to be 2026, 27, something like that. And that's just crazy that there's like, it seems like such a big gap to me, but it, my wife also speaks German. She said that.
Oh yeah,
She gets credit for that one. She's pretty fluent in German. Pretty.
very nice.
And I'm German by I don't know what I was going to say. Genetics by trade, but she speaks it. I don't. That length at which they come out is challenging. Okay, here's the questions I got for you. Picture books, and I want you to be truthful the best you can. What is the most challenging part about picture books for you? Is there something like, man, if this was only a little bit easier, it would be a cakewalk?
So the first I spend a lot of brain cells on the sketching part of it, right? And the character design too. So a lot of brain cells are spent on those two phases. And most of the time, it's just, okay, this is the character I want and a character I see, and it's usually fine. But then there'll be sometimes that it's not the look that they're going for example. Or like the sketching phase is where I right, you plan everything out so that you could point something, add all the details. So I spend a lot of time on that. Final art is like everything, you're on autopilot almost. You just decide how you're gonna treat it. But I love the final art phase, but the sketching phase is a lot of I see a lot of challenges there, because it's just you gotta sell that. You gotta make sure that everything is laid out well, that it moves to the next and it's not stagnant, kind of.
Do you, when you're on the autopilot of sorts, do you find that rewarding? Do you find that challenging? Like for me, that is the worst part.
Really?
And it's
well, because of your style, right? Of what you do.
Yeah,
that's the hard.
It's not necessarily the stuff I do now, but even stuff I was doing before. Like I want to play, I want to try things, I want to figure stuff out on the fly, and if I lock it in too much, it feels, or I'm on autopilot, it feels like it's not rewarding to me. Some people I know that's just like, well, it's time that they can spend thinking about other stuff. But for me, that's probably the least rewarding time, because I'm like, I don't want to say I'm not invested, but I have a different mindset to like what the investment is at that point than potentially what someone who gets to plug and play. Like I'm someone who doesn't like to use copy and paste ever. Rule of thumb.
Wow.
And I don't think it's a problem that other people use it, but it feels inherently wrong for what I do. Do you copy?
Wow.
Do you copy and paste?
I have learned to do that because of the amount of work, and especially but it's like mostly the background. Like in Seashell, there's like sand, right? A lot of sand. So that kind of stuff. But for characters, it's kind of hard to do for me to copy and paste. But I've seen that it's a shortcut for. I have to still learn that, how to do it efficiently. Sometimes it's still easier for me to redraw the face than copy paste and like fix it, because it looks wonky.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those
right
where like I know people who do graphic novels, and it's easier for them to do the cut and paste because they just have to draw it so many times. And I'm not living in that world, so I'm less concerned with it. And again, like I said, I don't have a problem if other people do it. It's a pride thing for myself.
Yeah, and it's authentic to you, right?
Yeah, it's about sort of like what makes me happy in that situation. Okay.
Yeah.
So we talked about the challenges of, or the things that are not our favorites in this industry. What is your favorite? What is your favorite thing about Kidlit?
Favorite thing about Kidlit, I like to draw the characters. I like to create the characters. I like that part where I get to design the personalities, like draw the character based on the
Yeah.
personalities that is, you know, mentioned in the story. And sometimes there are characters that have no definition of their personalities, but you kind of sneak it in there and like, oh, I'm gonna make this one this kind of kid, or
Fine.
little things, yeah, you add there.
Is there something that is extremely hard for you to draw?
Yes, a lot.
Like what?
A lot of things.
Yeah.
Like vehicles and in general vehicles. Okay. And houses, like the outside of houses. And I get to do both in the book with Min Lei, so we'll see. I have to learn how to draw a car and cars and houses and the inside of houses.
Cars are annoying. I've gotten to the point where when I draw cars, I just kind of like, I make stuff up. And
yeah,
it's that like, if I make it cartoony, no one can really question it. Sort of
I want
mentality.
to be like that. I want to have that kind of style.
just make it loose enough where people go, yeah, it's car-like. And that's
it's hard to pull off. Like some people who do it on purpose, like that's amazing.
It's like what would Mo Willems do for a car? Like we're not expecting him to draw a super accurate sports car.
Right.
That's just his forte, and so we don't put that expectation on him, and then all of a sudden he can just draw a car and we go, sports car. I want to be in that of some sort.
I want to be like that.
Yeah.
Where, oh, nope, that's a car. Okay.
It feels easier that way in my mind, but I know it's not. I know that what he does is hard, but that like give yourself that freedom by setting up rules that allow that kind of play.
Yeah.
Okay.
One day, Mark, one day we will be like that.
What's the easiest thing for you to draw?
Kids.
Why?
I don't know. I like drawing kids. And I don't know. I just like drawing little people, bodies, big heads, expressions. Yeah.
What about adults? I was asking someone last week, and they said that adults were extremely hard, and I find adults extremely hard to draw.
Adults are hard to draw. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because I still, back in fine arts days, you still have to draw a human body that's proportioned and by yeah. What we used to copy were those sculptures of Greek sculptures in our building, right? And we also have figure drawing class, so everything had to be correct.
Yeah.
And the muscles and the movement and everything. But I like it more in Kidlit. Like I want them to all look like they're part of they're not anatomically correct all the time.
Yeah, you like a little variety and a little change to them. I mean, it's
yeah.
I saw a video the other day, and I know this is like I went over there and saw this first person, but there's like a entrance exam for students in China to art school, and what it is essentially is a lot of like everybody's drawing the same picture. And so
right.
And it's not to say that like I'm not disparaging the idea of their method of teaching. Obviously, there's people that come out of there and make beautiful artwork. Oh, our Wi-Fi is out. Dang it. give it a minute, and we'll come back, and then we can keep going.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those things where like seeing the idea of like replicating versus like creating your own is very fascinating to me as a concept, because like that's not the way that I was brought up
Mm.
in the education system here. Of like, yeah, you don't copy, you don't try to mimic the person next to you. But
Yeah.
not everybody has that that opportunity to play, and obviously there's like cultural differences that happen there. All right,
Yeah.
let's see. Loads up here in a
This,
second. Give it a minute.
yeah.
Oh, how you doing? You doing
Good.
okay?
I think I'm almost done, and I wanna just tell the story of what these
Yeah,
things are that they're
yeah.
holding.
Give us
So,
background.
okay, so the scene is like I said earlier, it was a scene of carolers of kids in the Philippines, and this one in the middle, he's holding the tambourine that is made of bottle caps that's pounded flat, and that they would poke a hole in the middle of it, so to string it around this metal wire. And so it's like replicating a tambourine, because it's it's expensive to buy a musical instrument in the
Yeah,
Philippines. So a lot of the kids would just make their own instruments, right? So these are bottle caps around wire, and then this is a can that you just run a stick to the ridges of the outside of the can, and then this other kid is holding a bottle cap, empty bottle, plastic bottle with rocks in it. So that makes like maracas, right? And then this is like the sound. I don't know, sound the can like when you play on the ridges.
I still love the idea of that little sound, because I think you did that before. I could be wrong, but that
Yeah,
uh,
I made a
the
different sound, but I like making sounds when I do art, like.
the speed of the like sound is so fun. What do you have projects? And I'm just continuing because I'm assuming, I don't know, but I'm assuming there's some people that can still hear us at this point.
Uh-huh.
Um, do you have projects that are on the horizon that you can talk about?
Yeah, so both have been announced. So one is Minlei's uh picture book, and it's called Miles Ahead. And it's a story about um finding the gift. So there's a gift, and they lose the gift, and then somehow part of it is um finding another gift, perhaps to give to uh, a young new member of the family. So they're gonna go on a road trip. So it's called Miles Ahead because the character name is Miles,
Okay. Okay. Gotcha.
but they're also going on a road trip.
Someone's trying to be clever. I get it.
And then the other one is Gifts and Talents, and it's about it's Jane Rady's book, and it is about this character who doesn't think that she has talent because she keeps seeing her friends be good at things. And it's so interesting the way the story is, because it's not like the things that you would expect, like academic, like,
Yeah.
things like that, but it's things that are excellent at. You find out, but because it's part of the charm of the book, and the kid ends up, or like she's just having doubts of what she's good at, because she thinks that she's good. She's she does nothing that like her friends are good at.
Okay.
No, yeah, it's called Gifts and Talents. It comes out 2027. I love both these stories. They're like humorous, and also like the the heart is there.
Yeah, they got the like. It's not just a silly.
It's not just a silly thing. And then even more that I could add more things in the story that uh, was not in the book, and they're okay with me doing those things now.
You feel
It's
gotten
just,
more permission over time, in a way?
yeah, I think so, and I think they actually like that too. That you come up with your own ideas that probably they didn't think of. It's not just this book, but it's like other ones too. So, for example, like at the end of the day, it's story. It's a quiet story about how hectic a day is. It's like everyone's everyday life. Like there's soccer practice at the end of the day. After at the end of the school, right?
Yeah.
You still have ballet practice. You still have soccer games, and the dog has to be taken out. There's so many things to do, right? But there's also quiet time and time to make bread and things like that. So we could go in different directions of what that meant, of the like how the story was going to be. But I added a part there where the mom is missing, and the mom is missing because she's in the military, and that was taken from part of my life because my mom was a colonel in the military.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah. So she was very busy, but in the it was a she's a military nurse. A nurse, but a military nurse. So, but she's a colonel, but she's still a soldier, right?
Yeah.
So she still did the whole barracks thing, and she's got weapons laying down in the house, but it's just, the house. It's her work. So she's very uh active in the military back then. She retired. She's retired now, but she was a full-fledged colonel uh,
Man.
in the Philippines. Yeah, she's a
Yeah, are you
toughie.
scared of her?
No, no, and it's funny, but her siblings called her Bruce Lee. Her name is Erlinda, but they call her Bruce Lee because she was tough. And I wasn't scared of her. If anything, she actually was questioning. She actually came out with this saying that I could order 500 soldiers in the battalion, but I can't control 3 people in my family.
You were the tough
That
recruits. You
we were the tough recruits. Yeah. She was like, "Oh, what am I doing? Like, I can't tell these people like us, right? The kids to do something so
it's
simple."
it's the theory that I had with our son, where it's like he's really good with his teachers at school, but then at home he's challenging on various things, and he knows
Oh.
that we have to love him at the end of the day. And his teacher doesn't. His teacher can say, poo on you. I don't like you anymore. And so he's
Oh
very,
no.
but when he's at home, he knows that like he can do something bad, and we're still gonna go. I still love you. Uh,
Right.
and it's
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
same sentiment that like those soldiers you can order around, but it's hard to you
Yes.
around because you know that you're
We're not
like,
soldiers.
you cannot do it, and she can go, and you can get away with it. Basically, there's some sense of that plays out. Um, that's Thank you for sharing the story behind what you got there, the image, because I want to know 90% of that. What is it?
Yeah.
What are they? What
So
is the? Maybe you said this and maybe I missed it, but what are they actually saying? Is that the song?
so if you were good, thank you. It's thank you, but we pronounce it thank you, thank you. Ang babait ninyo, or you're very nice, right? So when you're not nice, or when you didn't give enough, it would be thank you, thank you. Ang babarat ninyo. We're like, you're so cheap. So, ang babait versus ang babarat.
I love the "you're so cheap" as um, the phrasing for that. Not like I'm upset or
No,
bummer. Just you're so cheap.
you're so
It's a little harder for some reason in my mind. Um, well, I don't want to keep you. I know that you said you were wrapping up, so if you do need to go, don't hesitate. I know it's late in the night.
Oh, what time is it? I didn't even look at my watch
It
once.
is 11:31. It looks like.
Wow.
You're a late
Wow.
night person, though, right? You said so. This
I
is
am.
nothing. This is stuff you can
This is
do
nothing.
without any issue. You can stay up.
I just woke up.
Yeah. You just woke up.
Yeah.
This is old. This is just getting started for you.
Yeah, we're just getting the Party Pinkie
Yeah.
started.
Oh, the Party Pinkie. I was like, what are you talking about? I forgot. In the amount of time that we've been talking, I totally forgot about that part of it. I know what the Party Pinkie is now, and I don't like that term. And I want you to stop using it. I don't like Party Pinkie. I mean, I know what it means, but it sounds wrong.
It sounds wrong.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
But I've had a pleasure chatting with you, and getting to know you and hearing and poking and prodding all the weirdness that's out there. And I know that you're gonna wrap up here, and then you're gonna go to your cardboard cutout and kiss them, and then go to bed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Watch some K-dramas.
Are you actually going to?
Maybe I was halfway through one episode.
Before we started? Or
Yeah. I just finished. I cut it in the middle. So I have to finish the episode.
yeah, it's waiting for you. It's got your name written all over it.
Right.
No,
Right.
this has been fun, and I know that, like I said earlier, you tuned in and you watched these, which is like a honor and a pleasure to know that that is something that you actually have done, and it's not a farce. You're not just coming on here going, "Oh, this is fun to do because it's Mark asked me to," but instead I follow this, and it's the most amazing show ever. And this is I'm talking, and there's no finer thing out there for any artist than to be on Doodle.
Yes, I highly encourage everyone to be part of Doodle.
Yeah. If they get
And
the honorific invite to join us on here, it's only the few. It's only
the few cool people.
Yeah, you made the cut. You made.
I did. I was so surprised. Barely. Oh my goodness! One false move, and I would have been.
If you answered your email wrong, it could have been.
Dang it!
Could have been all over.
That is the end of my art career.
Yep.
I said no too many times.
You don't do that to me.
You know, and actually, in seriousness, I learned so many from the people who do the art of the books that I love, because I don't know them, right? But when you hear them talk about themselves and their process and a little bit about their background, it just makes me feel more inspired to do what I'm doing.
Warm and cozy inside.
Warm and cozy. And ooh, so good.
But it has been a pleasure. I don't again, for anybody that has not checked out any of Lynnor Bontigao's books, go out there and get them. Go out there and spread the good word of how great she is. Why? Don't laugh at that. I'm being serious. And why everybody should partake in such wonders as the
Uh,
Lynnor makes. So we'll leave it at that.
2 thumbs up. 2 party thumbs up.
Anyways, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I missed.
Danke. Danke schön.
Yes, go out there and get those books.
Thank you.
You have a lovely evening.
You too, and happy holidays.
Yep.
Thanks for having me. And I will watch for the next episodes of your lives. And I'm interested in that game thing. That would be so fun to watch.
That's Nina Mata is going to be on that one.
Yeah, that was so. What is that like? Like you get a prompt and stuff?
So,
Or, I don't know.
Well, we were trying to figure out a little bit of it the other day. So we've done it a couple times before, I think, or maybe just once before. I feel like a couple times. I could be, yeah, a couple times. And the idea is that my wife kind of hosts it. So she is going to send people that are participating in it a couple of like prompts and things in the mail that they're not supposed to open up until the night of and prompted. So they don't even know what they're drawing until the last second kind of deal. And she sort of just gives weird little prompts and things that we're supposed to draw. And she's going to judge them and choose a winner at the end of the night who did the best job. At least that's the plan. But we were trying to figure out, like there may be some challenges and things that she throws at us that are surprises that even I don't know about. So we don't want it to be unfair. And so there may be some weird stuff that happens in the process. But yeah, it's doodle games. It's fun little, like,
That's cool.
Fun little goofy things to play with. And so there's going to be probably like some, drawing with your opposite hand and those kind of those kind of challenges. And so we'll see what happens. We don't know
That's
what
cool.
happens.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know.
Until she gives us the prompts.
Only Mrs. Huffy knows.
She is the star at this point. She gets to make those calls.
Oh, she gets to say the rules, the prompts, and judge it.
Mm-hmm. The only person
Wow.
who knows what's going to happen is her.
So much power in
I
one.
know. It's a mistake on my part. Never let her go to her head. And
yeah, it will go
next
to
thing
her
I
head.
know, she's going to be telling me other prompts. I got to clean up the house with my left hand. Use my angry finger to.
But she'll package it as a challenge.
What was that?
She's gonna package it as a challenge or a game.
Doing it properly, it should be fun and exciting. So if she's doing it poorly, Lord help us all. So, anyways, this has been a pleasure.
All right. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Talk to you later.
All right. Bye.
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 All right, folks. I'm gonna finish up this guy. I'm doing lots of little like tweaks to this. It's not very exciting probably for you, but I'm adding some stripes and some things into this to add some color and variation. And I gotta add, again, for anybody that hasn't seen what's going on here, this is my original sketch. Originally there was another character here and there's maybe more stuff. I'm going to be blunt and say this was a pain. This would take way too long. There's no way I could get this done in a night like this. And that small of detail on those stripes is too much for me at this point. And so I'm trying to like hone it down, make something that's a little less challenging. But I do want to get the words clearly more yarn would be needed in here in the end, and maybe that circle window up in here. And originally there was another character in here, and I might do like a little hand poking out somewhere, or like a couple of ears or something like that, just to put that in, but not necessarily the face. But I'm gonna try to get that done if I can tonight. So let me put it's back up here. But that means if you have questions, you just ask away, put them in the comments, and I'll try to keep an eye on it. And we had some, again, technical issues this week. I don't know why we had that. Luckily, I only had a restart once. And it wasn't a horrible restart, but it was definitely a restart. Whereas last week we had, no, was it last week? No, it was a couple weeks ago. I had once where I had to like piece stuff back together, and it was a real pain having to piece multiple stuff together or multiple clips together. That is the one thing that is an absolute pain about doing this. When it doesn't go right, or when it goes horribly wrong, it makes it all that much harder in the end to get everything done in a reasonable manner. But if you have questions, you put those questions in the comment, and I will try to answer accordingly. So what I'm trying to do is just add some stripes so it feels more exciting than what it is right now. Nothing super fancy. Some stripes this way, some stripes that go like this. It feels a little bit like patterns that are breaking out there. There's a little smudge of color I'm trying to get out there. There we go. I do need to do glasses on this guy. I'm trying to think of like what do I have color-wise that is manageable like that. I guess I could do like bright. I could probably do the bright pink. Where did that go? I hold mine. Is it opera? Yeah, opera for those glasses on the character. And just paint it in versus trying to marker it in or something, so then I can get a much more punchy color. I don't have to do as many layers. But put some little glasses in here. Add a little white to it, just a tiny little bit. That was quite a bit. It's extra pink now. We'll see. Even might just put this down and then come back with other color on top. I can probably get it look a little bit better. So again, if you have questions, throw them in those comments. It's such a good one. That's all I've got, though. So wait, what are we? Have you heard of Illustrations? Oh, there's a conversation going on that I'm not part of. That's I was like, what is this conversation happening here? Yes, Illustrations is fun. Teacher Marin, I love the characters you come up. Is it challenging to come up with new ones? It is. It is, but it's in a different manner than you think. I think the challenge is not coming up. The issue is not coming up with. No, how do I say this? The issue is not coming up with a new character. The issue is making sure that character doesn't cut too close to something that I've done previously. And so, like, even though it may be a new character, does it have something new? Does it have something that's different about it that merits the idea that it is a new piece? If it doesn't have that, it's always challenging in my mind to have, or I think it's problematic potentially to have characters that look too similar to something that's already been done, or has some like all the bears I draw look the exact same, because I want every project to feel a little bit unique in its own way. I'm trying to do a little bit of a, let's see if I can get this in here, like the fire with dry brush here. It's a little bit more purple at the base there, and then I'm going to get some yellow that's in here and a little bit of that red. Pull that out and get some orange, and then hit it with the yellow last second. It's too dull otherwise. And so I'm going to put some of these colors in throughout as well, so they're not so only focused in this one area. Sorry for excluding me. That's all right. You can have a conversation with my wife without me. I wish I could say that, or I wish I could do that sometimes. Have a conversation without me. I'm just kidding. There we go. We're getting there. Find that edge a little better there. Do some of that. There we go. A little fire coming up in that fireplace. Get a little bit more of that orangey color. Fight it down in there. Okay. There we go. We'll get that. Then let's take that orange color and I'm gonna come in here. I'm gonna actually punch up some of the stripes that are happening specifically near these hands and whatnot to make these maybe a little bit more pronounced. Otherwise, just subtly, nothing special. Here. Let's see. Okay. Now, should I put a couple other ears in here or down here and then the words? I can probably do that. That's easy enough to hint at. What I need is, I just need to find the right color of this. This is probably better. There we go. Like a couple of ears that are sticking up out of here. Like this. Although I don't like the fact they're going that direction. Let's see, can I find a way to like, maybe I'll slice them a little bit different here. Give them a little bit of an angle. And that way they're, what I didn't want is the same angle as those ears. So we can get them like that. So that's the idea. There's another bunny here and I might draw a little hand trying to hold on for dear life. There. Oh. So we won't see the bunny, we'll just see remnants of a bunny down here. Let's see. I can get the right spot. I don't want it too close to the center. So somewhere in here is probably good. And then another one. Here. My fingers are so sticky after this piece. There's so much glue everywhere. Where's the cat? There it is. And then what I'm going to do is cut out a little hand and maybe another little like section of shirt. It's a question of should the shirt be this or should it be like a different, like a lighter color here, just for the sake of something different than the other one. I don't like that color. Maybe I'll pull this green. Is that too different? I'm trying to find the right like scrap of color to use here. And I could use light like this, but I don't want it to look like the background. This is the color green that I want, but it's just such a small section of it. Hold on, let me look for some scraps here real quick. See what I have. And any other scraps that would match that. I don't want to have to remix that because that's a pain. Best I can do is maybe this. Make a little piece, because it doesn't have to be much. But the idea of like a little hand that comes up like this, that might be enough. Okay, yeah, we can do that. And put this in here. The one thing I might need to do this piece before I hand it off to said person who I'm making it for is actually use some matte finish, some acrylic matte medium on top of the entire thing to sort of set it, so it's just not as loose and goosey. I know I got real technical there, but loose and goosey. Get rid of that. Come in here and let's just cut in some little thingies here. That was a bad cut. Let me try this again. Cut that off. Okay. I'm doing is cutting a bunch of little wedges, and now I'm going to come in here and somewhat round them out. It's too big. Put that right there. Okay, beautiful. Get that out of the way. Glue. Lauren, you upstairs? Yeah. Okay. You've just been quiet tonight. Actually, we can do this. If folks are listening either on Instagram or on YouTube, on Instagram or YouTube, and you have not, wow. If folks are listening on Instagram or on YouTube, and you have ideas for a game for us to play on Game and Doodle, DM them to my wife. I mean, don't flood her DMs. Wait a second. Do I want people DMing you? Do I really want to open that door? What I want you to do is DM her pictures of horrific scenes of car accident. No, DM her ideas if you have ideas for things that we could do for the Game and Doodle. There's no guarantee that she'll use them, but you might as well take the opportunity to be seen by the one and only Lauren. What? What's so funny? Did someone say something? What did I say? What did I do that's funny? Tell me. It's really fun to hear that. Tell me how I'm cool. Tell me. I like to have my ego stroked. Woo woo. I like to have my ego stroked. Woo 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 woo. Woo 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 woo. That one? Yeah, that one. I got 5 minutes, but I had to start and so I got a little bit more than that, but I don't want to go too far past. So I'm cleaning up some stuff. I was going to put the words in. The question is, how do I want to put the words in? Do I want the words to be something that is cut out? Do I want to just write them in? I mean, it's supposed to say the stuff here. I was going to say clearly more the yarn would be needed. And if you get it, you get it, you know? Hopefully you can get it. Hopefully it's not that challenging. Too much of a pink. I don't like that pink. Let's try this one. This one's better. But you know what I didn't put in was the window. I don't even know if it needs the window at this point. It may not. There's that. Let's get take out something like that. One could be, well, no, they need stripes. They all need stripes of some sort. Not this one. Where's that other green? Where's that other green? Yeah. Yes, much better. There we go. Okay. My wife just said that she had a fun idea, but she's not telling me what it is. That's called love, folks. First of all, let's talk about how we're all surprised that she had an idea. Second of all, let's talk about how it was even a good one, or we assume. She hasn't convinced us yet. Oh, that's not strong enough. Let's find a, I think was already done this one. Yeah, this will work. You want me to make you a Bob Barker microphone? You can make one. It wouldn't take long to do. In fact, I might even have something that could be considered a start of one down here. Yeah, it's tiny, and like the metal part, we're talking about. It's a weird conversation that we're having here now, but we're talking about Bob Barker microphones. For anybody that cares, for anybody that's listening at home, going, what are they talking about? Bob Barker microphones. That's what we're talking about. It's the future, kids. Get used to it. And my wife just said it's actually the past. See, folks, every night, can't do anything right. I get told left and right. Nothing. Teacher Matt, is that an acrylic paint pen? Yes, these are Posca markers. I just realized my view is kind of screwy, but could put a Nerf pellet on the end of the skewer. Yeah, there's a way. I have some like drumsticks that are down here that have a little like thing on them, but I think we need even thinner than that. But yeah, we can get a little dowel or a little metal like piece of metal and make a little handle for it and put a little piece of foam on top and call it a day. There's a way to do it. Okay, now I'm thinking I might actually just write in the words here instead of trying to cut them out and put them in, because that's a pain. So let me see if I can do this here. Let's see. Clear. I'll do this with the Posca marker. Or with paint. Let's see. Clearly more yarn will be needed. Okay. Get in there. Okay, we can get this done. Let's see, where's my black Posca marker? Hello, hello, how is wifey? I see paper can. Oh wait, oh, talking to wifey, not even me? Not even cool. Not even cool. Actually, I wonder if I can do this with the, excuse me for the noises there. Let's try this with a different type of pen here. This is actually a Sharpie pen. It sits a little better on some of this. At least I thought it did. Maybe we have to do this by hand. Let's do this with a paintbrush. Let's get in it, folks. In it to win it. Let me get the tiny brush out. It's sitting up here. Wait, I thought it was. Where'd it go? Where did the tiny brush go? There we go, there's one of them, but that's not the only one. That's the tiny brush. Come out to play. Yeah, maybe I'll just get a new one. Mr. Tiny Brush. There we go. A 18-0. There we go. This is how we play now, folks. 18-0 brush. This will allow me to get the tiniest little clean type. And the reason why I'm doing this is the because I use glue stick to stick stuff down, sometimes the glue can prevent some of the other forms of mark making from sticking nicely. So by just having a nice clean brush with some paint on it, sometimes the easiest method, though it's a little bit more cumbersome. Harder to get a nice sharp edge if you're dealing with paint, but it can be done. What? Why was that necessary? My wife's saying that Bob Barker's microphone could telescope out, but I don't remember him ever using it in any way. Well, I'm sure he did too. I don't remember it, and that's what matters. Who does? Oh yeah, that's true. Match Game Guy did. Sorry, folks. This is probably not very exciting to watch, but it has to be done. What'd you do on a Thursday night? I stayed up late watching Mark paint tiny letters. What? You're what? Watching you paint and reading about telescoping microphones, being ready versus Bob Barker. When people question if we're cool. Borrow Nintendo. Okay, RC paper Okay, I'll answer in 1 second. Apology if we've already discussed it since I joined late. Yeah, you did join late, and so there. No, Game and Doodle is a thing that we do on here every once in a while. So normally Thursday nights are a thing that we call Gab and Doodle, and it's me and one other guest, one other guest rather. And what we do is we just paint and talk, or make and talk, whatever you want to say. However, Game and Doodle, I don't remember how it started, but someone said, hey, we could have more people on than just a single person. And then it became, okay, if we're going to have more people on, what are we going to do with it? And so Game and Doodle was born for us. And what the idea is that we can have 3 people plus me, so 4 total, on at one time. And my wife, Mrs. Hoffy, is the host. So she basically is throwing prompts and challenges at the 4 people, myself included again, making artwork. And sometimes it's silly stuff. Sometimes, like in the past, I don't know if we're going to do this again, but we did draw old vintage cartoon characters that we all know from memory. And so it's stuff like, can you draw the Flintstones from memory? And some people are good at it. Some people are bad at it. I'm more bad at it than I can get the general, like, certain things, but not specifics of any sort. And then some things are like you have to, it's a time thing, or you have to draw something that has a weird combination of elements together and make an image. And then the goal is that it's silly and fun, and there's a winner, but there's not really ever a winner. We're all losers. And it's meant to be just sort of a goofball time. And so this, on the 19th, I believe, if I remember correctly. 19th? Is that right? We're going to have on Nina Mata. We're going to have on Jared Chapman. And we're going to have on Kim Smith. And all guests that we've had on previously. And we are going to play this game. And some of the stuff I know that we'll do just because it's, like, I don't know what it's going to be, but I know that we'll probably do some stuff where it's like we have a little spinning wheel that we can put some, like, prompts on that will challenge us to do some fun things. And then there are some games that I don't have any sense of what they're going to be because Lauren's in charge. And so she's going to host and tell us what to do. And I just have to roll with the punches. And it's not that we paint or anything. People can do whatever they want material-wise, but for the most part, it's just sketching in a sketchbook. But for all the folks out there to watch us be stupid. And maybe, Lauren, maybe I should have I think other people did it, and maybe I'm just clueless to it, but I should have a drink that night and get not necessarily tipsy, but get a little friendly. And not that I'm a real dud without the booze. I mean, I'm saying that, and maybe I am. I don't know it, but it doesn't take a lot to get me to loosen up, even without alcohol. That's what I'm saying, or to be forthcoming without alcohol. But give me that, and let's see what happens. I think that should be a rule. Everybody participating has to be inebriated. What? Everybody has to have some eggnog with booze in it before the start. There's only been a couple of times where I was drunk. One was on a cruise, and I talked about chicken fingers. Lauren knows it quite well. One was well, no, I guess more than a couple times. One was at a friend's house when I don't know if people know what a Mad Dog 2020 is, but I got one of those and I drank the whole thing. And I was having more fun than I normally would. Let's put it that way. What? I think I said I was pretending, but I probably was a little bit gone more than what I want to admit. I'm old and mature now, I can say that. I have definitely at a art auction for my school had maybe one past my limit and felt a little goofball. And then the one that probably is the most, I wouldn't say I was drunk, but I definitely was in a happy mood. Happened a couple of times during interviews. And this sounds weird. It wasn't an interview for me. It was an interview for someone else. But in academia, for anybody that doesn't know, sometimes the interview process is a whole day affair. And so you start out and the person is interviewing with the dean and interviewing with the, this for like a faculty position, interviewing with the president of the school and interviewing with the chair of the program and talking to students and doing in art school, doing a presentation, like an artist talk, all these different things. And then it goes, until almost like 7 at night. And then you take, or at least at our school, we take people out for a little, dinner or something of the sort. And I would do that and I would get a drink. But most of the time I was like tired and like already a little out of it, because if you're on the search committee, you are there with them almost that entire day, and so you're worn out by the end of it. Even though you're not the one having to perform, you're having to run around from thing to thing and like take notes and chat and blah 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 blah. Not chat, but talk about what's going on, what you think of said candidate. And so then when you go out to dinner and you're already tired and you probably haven't had enough food because you've been running around all day, and then you have one little cocktail, well, guess what? Sometimes you can get a little flush in the face and you can be a little more vibrant than what you would normally. And it's a good thing for the people coming to work or applying, because then they get to see that you're not just corporate shill. They can see that you're fun and that you'd be fun to hang out with. At least that's my excuse. That's about it. I don't think there's any other times I've been drunk. But I am a lightweight. Partially because I didn't drink for a long time in my life, and I think I did not build up a tolerance at all. And so one drink would be enough to make me feel a little happy. We're getting close, folks. I know this is the most riveting part of the evening. How am I time-wise? Okay, I think I got until about 12:30, and then I should probably at least cut it off then. So people have questions for me. Give me a question I can answer. Who let the dogs out? What? Yeah. That'd be funny if there's like some philosopher out there that's like, or some. There's probably some like jackass college student who, for philosophy, put that down as the like question in their paper. Here's my abstract, and here's my whatever about who let the dogs out. Woof, 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 woof. Yeah, I know, it's the least exciting version of that song. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Let's see. Do you prefer drawing human characters or animal characters, and why? I enjoy drawing animal characters any day over people, and there's a very distinct reason. Um, I I feel like animal characters have more leeway for irregularities, and I think part of that is just um, sort of like, this is going to sound weird, but I think it's a little bit scientific. Like the equivalent of, if we look at a human face, if someone's eyes are uh, a quarter inch further apart than what they normally should be, we notice it. I feel like if you did the same thing with animals, people wouldn't question it, or they would be, I guess, it would not be as evident, or it wouldn't be something that people would care about. The other thing that comes into play for me is because I work with texture. One of the reasons why I like animals better, and this is going to sound really stupid, is because they don't end up with skin conditions. And what I mean by that is, if I put a texture on someone's face that's human, and then on the next page that texture is a little bit different on their face, people are going to go, oh, there's something wrong with them. They have a skin condition. Whereas an animal, most of the time, the animal has fur, or they have scales, or they have feathers, or things of that sort. And so when you mess up, or you have a texture, I shouldn't say mess up, if you have a texture that is not consistent from one version of that character to the next, and I say is not consistent purely because if the method in which I'm working, I don't think there's an easy way to actually make it consistent. I don't think there's like some beautiful, like, cool technique to make the textures consistent from one to the next. And so that idea of having that I don't want to say uh, escape plan, but it definitely comes in handy. So when you're going, oh, I'm looking at this bunny, or I'm looking at this bear, and the texture changes from scene to scene, or even within just a single image, it doesn't look like a skin condition because we chalk it up to fur, or we chalk it up to the texture that is implied by said animal. And so that's one of the reasons why I actually like drawing animals more, is that it gets rid of that technical hiccup. Yeah, MSILs, that's true. You can mess around a bit more with animals before they start looking too strange. Yes, like there are certain things like, again, if I make animal eyes really wide, no one questions that you do it on a human, and you go, they don't look right. There's something off, and there's that, I forget what it is. There's a scientific term for where like humans see faces and other things. Like there's weird little psychology things like that show up. I mean, people say like, how do you choose colors for books and stuff like that? I just said stuff like that, I think twice in a row. And it's not as simple as just, let me go pick some fun colors, especially with stuff in the realm of kidlit. There are certain principles about how kids learn colors and what kind of colors are going to be better for certain age groups, and things of the sort. And if you attend to those or you pay attention to those, it can make a difference over time. And so I think it's the idea of like understanding how people interact or see faces, although I don't expect every illustrator to be a scientist or anything of the sort, but having that knowledge definitely helps. Okay, let me let that dry for a bit, and then I'll tackle some other things. Okay, oh, I was going to do this while I was here. Actually, get some of this black. Get up in here and touch up a couple of things like the foot here. So it really is that dark black. And I was going to touch up the inside of the fireplace here. So it really does have that rich dark tone because of the paint versus just a colored pencil or a marker. That should help quite a bit there. Let's see, was there anything? Oh, the mouth on the bunny should probably be a little more pronounced. Those eyes. Since I have this paint, I might as well use it to make these blacks really black. The word is pareidolia. Pareidolia. That's seeing faces in things that don't have faces. Who knew they were going to tune in here and get some science facts? I bet you didn't. Okay. Let me clean up a bit of this mess and take a look at it again, because there is a big mess here. This one got messy. I must confess it. Oh yeah, I went there. I said that. Let's see. Because it may be done. Or it might need a few little colored pencil things here and there. We'll see. But in order to get a better look at it so I'm not distracted by all these other things, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up some of these bits and pieces that are over here. Get some of these markers out of the way. So hold on, folks. And we'll take a look at it in a little bit of a different light and see if there's stuff that's missing or things that need to be adjusted at the last second. And assuming that we are done, then we'll wrap for the night. I will go to bed because it's been a long day. Okay, so let's do this. Let's get these paints out of the way. Get this glue out of the way. I'm going to push this back for the time being. Let's get this out of here. I'm going to grab all these scraps. The scissors out of the way. I know it seems silly that I'm like, there's a lot going on in this piece and whatnot, but just to me, if I can get rid of some of this stuff here and look at this in a different light, and what I'm going to do is probably flip over these papers so they're more pure white and really look at what I have and see how it holds up. Okay, let's see. The other side of this paper should be relatively white. There we go. And now let's put it down there and let's get in camera so we can get to see it a little bit better. There we go. So what I'm looking at now is less about overall things and more about the minutia involved in this. And so what I was going to do is actually that pen that I threw over here. Where'd that go? That's not it. I know I threw it over here. Where'd it go? The Sharpie pen. Oh, there it is. I just threw further than what I thought. You can see it's got just little spots in here. Trying to clean up. Oh yes, there are 2 Gavin Doodles next week. First one is on Tuesday with Ellie McKay. Is that right? Yeah. And then the second one is Cecilia Ruiz. Yeah, thank you, Lauren. And then the following week, there are 2. There were some people that we had to postpone because of sickness and other things. And so we're going to fit them in this month, and it will be crazy, but I will be doing 4 in a matter of 2 weeks. And so anybody who says, oh, Mark's slacking off and not doing the work, well, liar. There's so many people that say that are rude and aren't being considerate about how hard I try. Wow, we are so fortunate. Yes. Yeah, you are. You say it's free? Yeah. Yeah. This is free content for people. Don't waste it. This is I'm not doing this for me. I mean, what did you say? Tell your friends. Tell your enemies. Tell your mom and dad. Tell your brother and sister. Tell your uncles. Tell your aunts. Tell your pets. Tell me. Maybe I'll forget. Tell that guy that's weird and stands on the corner and looks suspicious. Tell the president. Tell the mailman or mailwoman or mail person. That's weird to say. This has already got a word mail, and I know it's a different spelling, but it's just weird. Like mail carrier, yeah. Tell your doctor. Ask if it's okay. Get permission. See if your doctor says, ooh, I would not. And if your doctor says that, get a new doctor. That doctor is wrong. I say one thing I would like to fix. Go. This is not going to seem like it's a big deal to anybody but me. There's a little spot there that I want to cover up. What I'm going to do is make a little piece so I can cover it up with. No one will even know it's a cover job, but it will be. Shh, don't tell anybody. Just a little spot with something in the paper underneath it. But it's just too distracting in my mind. So I'm gonna smush it out of there. It's no more, folks. It's no more. Okay, let's see. There's a couple little spots I want to hit with this. Cha, cha, cha. Check this out, everybody. What makes you say that? Ooh, that's too dark. What? Good morning from Turkey? Who's phoning in from Turkey? I saw, will I sign the piece? Yeah, probably. I don't normally sign my work. I don't like signing my work all that much. I think it's a question of like, I don't know. I don't feel like I need to be as super showy on something like that. But then again, here I am going blah 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 blah, blah and things of that sort. But I don't know. I just don't think it's that important. Now, if someone tries to steal my work, then yeah, it's important. So don't you dare try to steal my work. Ain't no AI here, baby. Ain't no AI here, baby. All right, I will sign this one down here. Ready? That's how I sign work. It's tiny. It's my initial. I don't go big on it. When it's on artwork, I don't go big. If it's a print, I will do my full-on signature. But for artwork, it's just a little baby. And that's it. I think that's it for the night, folks. I think that's it. Let me clean up a few other little odds and ends. Get ready to go to sleep in just a few. I hope that everybody had a good time tonight. Hope everybody will have a good time tomorrow. Hope everybody will have a good time next week. And I don't know what else. I ain't got much for you. Let's see. I love this piece so fun. I can see it as a book. I want to know the rest of the story. Yeah. So here, I'll do this one last thing. Okay. Hold on. Give me a minute. One of the challenges I have is I come back to these glue sticks the next day, or not the next day, but whenever I get back to them, and sometimes the lids are glued to them. Like there's so much glue around the edge, I can't pull the lid off of them. And so what I'm trying to do is clean up, get some of that glue off of there so it's not so stuck on. Let's see, that might be better. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do one last little thing for everybody. And for let me do this. I'm gonna go out here. I'm gonna look one thing up real quick. Oh, you know what? I can do it on this. Hold on one second. Oh, I need to go out of this account. Hold on. Nope. Oh, can I not get to it? Shoot. Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna try a different way. Hold on, I'm looking up I know it's a weird thing to look this up right now, but I'm trying. Where is it? I think the problem is there's too many. All right, let me look it up on the internet. I'll look something up on the internet. And then I will relay. I'm going to share a little thing with you all. Ooh, I see it. Here we go. And yes, there we go. Okay, I'm getting it. Okay, so finished piece. And then why I made this, or the reason that I made a piece about a bunny knitting a giant long scarf is because I'm wearing something special. Let me bring this down so you can see. Okay, not that. That's the original sketch. That's the finish. But I'm going to flip my camera. Here's why. You look at this lovely little hat I have on right now. That's sitting on my head all goof. Like not goofy, but just goof. It was made by an artist named Emma Oliver. And Emma Oliver's Instagram handle, I want to make sure I get it proper here, is Emma Oliver Art. So, not only did we have a lovely talk with Lynnor Bontigao, but this piece I'm making as a little gift for the person who made me this hat, who is a fiber artist who does lots of knitting and crocheting. There we go. It took a second. And made me this goof of a hat that I've been wearing like this quite regularly. And so folks, go out and check out Emma's account. Otherwise, I'm going to pan back down, finish on the shot of this. And that's it for the night, and I'll see you next week. Ready? Boo! 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 Let's get this in the shot. Ooh, I gotta even zoom out a little. There we go. Clearly my yarn will be needed. And so this will go to Emma. Otherwise, tune in next week. On Tuesday, Ellie McKay. On Thursday, Cecilia Rees. That's it, everybody. You all have a good night. Bye. Thank you. Bye.